dead hillbillies are making their rounds. Small town whispers loud and clear. The sheriff shot the judge in his chambers chair.
Sheriff got a secret he won't keep. Judge shot dead in his disbelief. A lot of people have some stories to tell. Dark pass away, get the sound of a shotgun shell.
All the secrets spill on down. Voices loud in this old town. From the courthouse to the ground. Rumors fly and they can't be bound.
Neighbors hide behind their blinds. Whisper tales of troubled minds. Skeletons covering the mountainside. A treacherous reality in the pines.
Winter reveals the hidden lies. Moonlight couldn't mask their cries. Shadows caught in sunlit skies. There's no cover, no disguise. All the secrets spill on down. Voices loud in this old town. From the courthouse to the ground. Rumors fly and they can't be
Good morning, everybody. Of course, I'm going to keep my camera off. It is Friday, TGIF. I started to wonder if they were even going to have day 4. Oh, that says day 5 on that one. Let's see. But they've got day 4. Here it is. Oh. No, that one ain't it. Let's see. We could, I guess, get a little 2 days ago. I don't know, that one says day 5, day 4. So it started for 10 a.m. instead of 9. And I just noticed that. But that's okay. We'll go ahead and we'll watch a little bit of testimony from yesterday.
And then the next what did you do?
After I dropped them off, I went to a math interventionist room in the 4th grade building and looked at some math manipulatives, and then until it was time to pick my kids up from the library. And I actually picked them up about 10-15 minutes early that day so we could have extra recess.
So you got them out early to go have recess?
Yes.
Where's recess?
On the playground, I'm going to say maybe the south side of the school.
Okay, we'll take a look at that in a minute. I just kind of want to walk through the day first, okay? So, you got out, you were headed for the playground on the south side of the school.
Yes.
And tell me what happened there.
We stopped at the classroom first to grab lunch boxes, use the restroom. And then we were walking to the playground, and it sounded like the trash, the dumpster was picking up the trash. And I thought to myself, that's weird. They usually do that in the morning.
What do you mean it sounded like a dumpster picking up trash?
Like the dumpster truck, you know how it picks it up and it dumps all the trash. I don't know, it makes a loud noise to me. So that's what it sounded like.
So that's what you heard?
Yes, at first.
And, so it didn't ring a bell as to a concern or raise a red?
I mean, it was interesting. It was a little weird and odd. And I remember thinking to myself, that's strange. They usually do that in the morning. And then I just became, I guess, a little more aware of my surroundings.
Okay. Did you continue on to the playground?
Yes.
And did you get to the playground?
Yes.
And how long were you at the playground?
I'm not 100% sure. Maybe 5 minutes,
A short
give or
period of
take.
time.
Yes, a short period of time.
What is it that disturbs your playground activity?
We heard sounds, and to me, I thought they were fireworks. That's what it sounded like. And then another teacher also said, that's kind of strange. And then I walked to, they had like bleachers in the middle of the playground so I could see my kids, and I didn't make it there until Coach Gonzalez picked up his radio and started yelling for us to get inside.
Okay. So the combination of hearing these fireworks and Coach Gonzalez, did you draw a conclusion from that?
Yes,
And what was that?
that there was gunfire.
Okay.
So something was wrong. You
So
could see by his radio.
fireworks and Coach Gonzalez makes you think, not fireworks, guns.
Yes.
And
Or
as you were
something.
trying to get inside, was there anything else that indicated to you that wasn't fireworks?
Yes, we could, when we were standing there, the dirt was kind of, you could see the dirt cloud up, kind of coming towards us. And then as we were all running into the classroom, I saw I don't know what to call him, horrible person, walking.
Just take your time, we can hold on.
Walking towards the door.
Can you describe him for us?
He had all black, long hair, and a gun.
You saw a gun? Can you describe that for us?
I mean, I'm not really a gun person, but it's long and black, so.
And about this dirt being, would you say plowed up? I need to understand that a little better.
Like I don't know if you drop something in dirt or sand, I guess, and it kind of makes a cloud, and then I don't know how else to explain it.
Okay, and did you see one of those clouds or more than
More than one.
more than one? And so how many children did you have with you?
In my personal class, we were all together.
Good question. Let's start with your class.
At the time, I wasn't 100% sure, but I think there was about 10 to 12 students.
With you.
Yes, the rest had left.
And there was another class out there?
There were several other classes on the playground.
At the time this puffing of dirt was going on?
Yes,
Do they all allowed to intermix them for that? period of
Yes.
time? Okay. So the coach has given you instructions, you had your own confirmations, you actually see somebody with a gun. Pretty stressful?
yes,
Did it prevent you from acting?
no.
What did you do?
I yelled to the kids to get in the classrooms. The second grade teachers had opened their doors to let us in. And I went to the first classroom and I stood outside the door to make sure everybody had gotten off the playground.
So you got through the door before all your kids did?
Not all of them, but yes.
So but you didn't go in?
No.
And why is that?
To make sure they were safe and inside.
And did you make sure they were all safe inside before you went inside?
Yes.
And so when you went inside, what did you do?
I went to the corner of the teacher's classroom and at that point noticed I had only about 2 to 3. Of my own students in there. And so realized that they were kind of spread out into other classrooms. And then,
Did that cause concern for you? Tell me about that.
I mean, you just worry. And I mean, I know that they were all in a classroom, but not knowing where or who they were with was concerning because they weren't with me.
So what did you do?
We sat there for a little bit and you could see we just kind of waited and tried to keep the kids calm. So we'd gone into a second grade classroom and a few of them were struggling to stay quiet. And
What's the idea of staying quiet?
don't talk, don't move, be still.
Is that part of the training that y'all had?
Yes.
You had training to stay quiet under what situations?
They just a lockdown.
A lockdown? Just would you go through with us then what a lockdown is and what you do?
So it's lock lights out of sight. You lock your doors, which should be, and then you turn the lights off and you're out of sight. You go somewhere in your classroom that is away from windows, doors, hidden as best you can.
And is that school-wide?
Yes.
So in a lockdown, if you go in any room, according to the lockdown procedures, the kids are going to be away from the door and away from the windows,
Yes.
in the dark
Yes.
and quiet.
Yes.
And you had a little trouble with people being quiet.
Yes.
And so what did you do?
I army crawled around the floor under these second graders' desk and did breathing with them. You go trace your hand and you breathe in and out as you go up and down your fingers. So I did that to 2 students, help them calm as best they could.
So you learned a breathing technique
Yes.
to calm kids in stressful
I
situations?
mean, it's just a normal, I guess, teaching special ed. You learn, I guess, little tricks to help with anxiety and things like that.
Did it work?
Yes.
How quickly?
I couldn't give you an exact time.
Okay. Did you take any other action as you were waiting?
Yes, at one point, the teacher, and I don't know her name, I feel so horrible, but I don't know her name. She had brought me a pair of scissors, and then there was another teacher in there. I don't know if I'm allowed to say her name. She also, we kind of got together and just kind of came up with a plan.
What was the plan?
Do what we had to do, defend, keep quiet, wait until somebody came to get us.
And what were the scissors for?
I guess protection to fight if we needed to.
Okay. Under that stressful situation,
Yes.
you developed a plan
Yes.
to fight.
Defined?
To fight?
Yes.
And how about your kiddos?
They were doing the best they could to stay calm and quiet. They were doing what they were supposed to be doing. They had ended up getting safety scissors, I guess because they saw us with our scissors. They all we got theirs. I didn't even notice until we got to the parking lot.
The kids all had safety scissors,
Mhm.
mimicking y'all,
I'm sorry?
mimicking the teachers.
I assume so, yes.
That is preparing to defend yourselves.
Yes.
No, this objective meeting.
How long were you in this position?
I don't recall. It was all very, I don't know.
What did you do while you were there?
Where in the classroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Help the kids stay calm, was ready to go. At one point, we just made sure we followed the rules. At one point, the two other teachers we were with, or I was with, they couldn't remember if the door was locked or not, or they just weren't sure. And so I remember being on the opposite side of the classroom, and they were tying an extension cord up into the door. I don't know how to explain it, but there's like a triangular shape metal frame that helps it open, and they were tying an extension cord around it to try and make sure it was, I guess, secured the best it could be if the door wasn't locked.
Okay. And that was the other two teachers?
Yes.
At some point, you were relieved or you evacuated. Is that
Yes.
correct? Tell us about that.
We kept hearing knocking on the door, and we were taught, don't answer the door. Somebody will come in and get you. But after several knocking, like times knocking, and again, I was on the opposite side of the room. One of the teachers, she peeked open the curtain to see, I guess, who it was. And it was law enforcement. And so at that point, she opened the door. They came and said, we're going to move you guys to the parking lot. So once everybody's ready, we're all going to move quickly but safely to the parking lot and wait there.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And how did your day end then?
Got to the parking lot, and at that time I realized all the kids had scissors, so like, it's okay, we're okay. And I took all the scissors and had two big pockets. Both of my back pockets were full of scissors, and we sat there for a little bit and then ended up going to an empty field off of campus. And while we waited for buses, I still at this point didn't have all of my students. And so I gathered the ones that I did have. And I told them, stay here. We're not getting on this bus. And waited
For what?
for the rest of my kids.
And did you get them? And then where did the bus go?
It was a little bit of confusion, I guess. We went to the high school, or we were supposed to go to the high school. And then on the way there, the bus driver was just kind of going in circles. And then we were told that the high school was on lockdown, so we wouldn't be going there. And then we ended up going to the Civic Center.
The what?
The Civic Center.
Okay. And is that where the kids were reunited with their
Yes.
parents? Okay. Thank you. We've gone through your day, and I want to just kind of go through so we have an idea of where all of this occurred.
Okay.
Yes. What we have is we have people on both sides, so it's real hard if we get in front for them to see what you're doing. So if you have to point at something, feel free to do that. I'll give you a second just to kind of familiarize yourself with State's Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 1? And could you show us the perimeters then of Robb Elementary School? Okay. And so when you went to recess, where did you start?
I started here. Well, I was originally at the very beginning here in one of these classrooms, and then this is the library. So this is where I pick my kids up at.
Okay, let me ask, is the fourth grade wing there?
Yes.
Would you point out the fourth grade wing?
and the library just
The
holds.
fourth grade wing, you point to it, it has 3 X's on it, is that correct?
Yes,
And then there's a building north of that, or is it still part of the fourth grade
it's
wing?
connected.
Excuse
It's part of it. It's connected.
Okay, and then so y'all had been in the library.
Yes,
Is it still somewhat part of the fourth grade
it
wing?
is in here. It's right here at the other entrance.
And you have to speak up a
I'm
little
sorry,
because
at
now
the
you're
other
facing
entrance.
this way. So the library is where y'all had been,
Yes,
and then where did you go?
we walked. My classroom was on this wing right here, so we stopped.
Is that the second wing from the top?
Yes, it's wing B. So here's the main office parts, and then here's wing B. So we walked down this little sidewalk, went to the classroom, dropped stuff off, got our lunch boxes, and then followed the sidewalk all the way down. And it was about here that I heard the dumpster, what I thought was a dumpster. And then this is the playground. This is where we ended up at.
At that playground?
Yeah, and it's like this entire thing
And is there another building right there at the bottom of the photograph that you were talking about?
down here.
Right here?
That's the pavilion, the PE pavilion where the kids,
Pavilion or pagoda?
pavilion, I guess.
Okay. Call it a pavilion. And so where were the kids playing?
They were scattered throughout this entire area. There's several different pieces of equipment. They had, there was just tons for them to do. So they were spread out all through here.
All through and even behind the pavilion
Oh, not this far. I would say they probably stop about here.
to the right if I'm facing it?
Yes.
Okay, so could we go back then to where the Hillcrest Funeral Home is?
So here,
Right here?
yes.
So from this position, what would be the line of sight to the pavilion?
From this
Yes,
right here, correct?
to that pavilion.
Yes.
And so could you see the children playing where y'all were playing?
I'm sure if you were standing in the right spot, yes.
And so is that likewise where the puffs of dirt came up?
Possibly.
Okay. So were there shots being fired toward the pavilion area?
To my knowledge and experience, I thought so, yes.
So some suggestion that there was no evidence of shots being fired toward the pavilion is contrary to what you saw that day.
Could you,
Is that correct?
could you rephrase that? Sorry. Could you,
Louder.
could you repeat your question? Sorry.
So some suggestion that there was no evidence of shots being fired toward the pavilion area, that would be contrary to your experience and what you saw that day.
Overall, you can answer if you understand the question.
Yes. To my knowledge, there were shots fired over here and saw the dirt and
Okay. And where were they coming from?
from this area right here. Like they would be coming and the dirt was flying up about this area.
And where did you go when these things started happening?
The second grade wing is right here, closest to the playground. I ended up in the first classroom.
And before you got in that classroom, did you see somebody?
Yes, on the way to the classroom, I saw a person in all black and a long weapon.
And do you remember where he was?
Yes, he was over here, closer to he was around this area.
And are you marking there to the spot, southwest corner of the building and the parking area?
Yes, and to me, I guess in the moment, it looked like he was at this, there's an entrance, a door right there. I thought he was more on the sidewalk. But that's what I.
Close to the sidewalk?
Close to the sidewalk.
Okay.
How much time did you spend to look at him?
I couldn't.
Just a glance?
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Let's see.
Is a retired school police chief for Cedar Hill, and he's going to be here today to really talk to us about police response and how police are trained to handle active shooters. Now, I'm going to give a brief recap of yesterday. We saw emotional testimony from a couple of police teachers describing what they saw and did as this horrible massacre unfolded. We've also saw a testimony, ballistic testimony from Department of Public Safety analysts and investigators. But now let's take a listen to Rebecca Lopez's story from last night.
Bullets shattered windows and ripped through walls, leaving behind destruction where children once sat. The jury saw the pictures and then heard from survivors who thought they were going to die.
And you just hear more shots. They were like nonstop. And I thought, he's gonna kill me.
Amy Franco saw the shooter firing his weapon as he walked towards Robb Elementary. She warned students and teachers and then called 911 and waited while hiding under a desk.
I kept asking the operator, where are the cops? Where are the cops?
Lynn Deming testified she was wounded as gunfire erupted.
Shrapnel or debris or something hit me.
But while she was bleeding, she ushered her students to safety, told them to pray, and kept telling them she loved them.
I wanted to tell them it would be okay, but I wasn't sure. And I just wanted the last thing they heard was that somebody loved them.
Nicole Ogborn said she crawled on her belly to get to her students who were crouched in a corner and told of how one little boy tried to protect her.
One of my students, after I got under the curtain, I was laying on my stomach and he crawled onto my back and laid across me and rubbed my arm.
Prosecutors wanted the jury to hear while all the teachers and students who were unarmed risked their lives for each other. Adrian Gonzalez, a trained officer with a weapon, didn't act to protect them.
It haunts me to this day.
Well, we're going to take it on out to Amanda Henderson. She's a reporter in Uvalde, in Corpus Christi right now. Amanda, can you talk to us about the scene there in Corpus Christi right now?
Yeah, so right now we are waiting for things to get underway at the Nueces County Courthouse right here behind me. That is where the witness testimony has been ongoing pretty much since the week started. Of course, Wednesday being the one day we didn't hear from witnesses while they determined if there was going to be the motion for mistrial that would move forward. Ultimately, it did not. Judge Sid Harrell decided to throw out that witness testimony that was in question. And so people are just getting here right now. This building typically opens just a little after 7 o'clock. That's usually when we go inside. But with things getting ready around 9, this is, I would say, about the time that the families of the victims and survivors normally arrive. We're not sure if they're going to be here this morning, but they have been here every day since opening statements.
Well, can you talk to us a bit about the reaction yesterday from the family to the testimony we heard from these teachers, which was just painful and hard to listen to?
Very, and I personally have talked to some of the people who stand yesterday just in the past for stories we've done, and I can only imagine what it was like to relive that, not just for them, but for the families. And, you know, we saw several of them wiping tears from their eyes, and that's kind of in line with what we've seen from the beginning when they've been in there. They have had their heads down in some cases. Others have rocked back and forth to comfort themselves. This is very viscerally tough for them.
And you know, obviously we also heard other testimony yesterday from the officers going through ballistics. What's your sense of where prosecutors are taking us with that testimony?
So with that particular testimony, what I got out of it per se was that they were trying to determine if Adrian Gonzalez, the former Uvalde CISD officer whose trial we're after covering, did fire his weapon towards the gunman, because they kept going in detail of what is this shell casing for? What kind of weapon would this be used? What kind of weapon did the gunman have? And they went through the magazines, they went through the actual weapons themselves, and it appeared that they were trying to match frame by frame by frame with every shell casing that was outside of Robb Elementary, and there were a lot of them, to the weapons that they had found in the vehicle, as well as could any of these have matched Adrian Gonzalez's weapon. And from when I was in there, you know, again, there were a lot of just picture by picture by picture they were going through with the FBI representative out of San Antonio.
And then, you know, one of the things that struck me during that testimony was just to see the pictures of these little school books and seeing the bullets just, having ripped through those books. I don't know, was there much reaction in the courtroom when we were seeing those kind of pictures?
I think it was kind of just the idea of being stunned, but also for the families, just the painful realization of how destructive those 77 minutes and the minutes before he went into the school truly were. I mean, those are the first time that those photos have been made publicly available. So a lot of people are getting their first look at that information.
And the other thing that struck me from the testimony yesterday, at least from the teachers, was I get the feeling that prosecutors are trying to show the bravery of these teachers, the descriptions of how they put their own lives potential in the way of danger to keep these kids safe. And that felt to me part of where we're headed. What about you? What was your sense of it?
Yes, you get that sense, but you also get the sense, especially in Amy's case, for example, because she was on the phone with 911 trying to say, hey, there was a crash, and then realizing that it turned into something so horribly horrific that none of us can quite comprehend. They were also trying to see, was there anybody saying to Adrian Gonzalez, the shooter's over there, did he have any knowledge of where the shooter was? Did he try to distract or deny that shooter access to the school? And that's kind of where we have seen both the prosecution and the defense making their points to either try to prove or disprove that fact. But that's kind of what we're getting so far.
Well, and then it seems like, of course, the defense is trying to argue that Adrian Gonzalez never had line of sight of the shooter. And so, which is why they would have fought so hard to keep Stephanie Hale's testimony out.
And, when we talked with the lead defense attorney, Nicola Hood, when all of this happened, when the judge took the pause in the case, he didn't really directly answer the question of how they were going to proceed because they wanted to think on it. But when they came back on Wednesday and asked for a mistrial, he later told us that legally they had to put that motion into effect. But they were actually the ones who came up with the idea to continue the cross-examination. And because up to that point, the jury had only heard, obviously, all of the prosecution questions and then only a part of the defense questions.
What's your sense? I know this morning we're going to hear more cross-examination of the DPS investigator. Any sense of where we're going after that? Are we going to start to see body cams and have prosecutors given any hint of what we might see today?
No official hints for the public. However, you would anticipate, of course, that those body cams that have been made public before, or maybe some that haven't been made public before, would pop up at a certain point. Even some of the documents that have been discussed or released after the years that so many TV companies spent in court trying to get them released through the Freedom of Information Act.
Well, and then the other thing I have to wonder is, the families had expressed how upset they were with prosecutors. Are they still pretty upset, or do we have any sense of where their feeling is right now with prosecutors after yesterday's testimony?
So not after yesterday's testimony, but after Judge Sid Harrell decided to not grant the motion for mistrial, Jesse Rizzo, who is the uncle of Uvalde massacre victim Jackie Cáceres, he said that he hopes it was a lesson for the DA and her team, that they'll be able to keep things really buttoned up. And he even said that day they felt like things were going a little bit more direct, in the sense that it didn't feel as, kind of as, okay, it's here, there, everywhere. It was more put together. And so they seem to have confidence that this is still going to be presented as the case that they have kind of been glued into.
Okay. Well, Amanda, we really thank you for joining us. Is there anything I haven't asked you that I should have asked you?
I think the one thing to remember with this trial is that it's not going to be a quick one. Judge Sid Harrell, during jury selection process and, of course, during opening statements, was very clear. It's going to take at least 2 weeks to go through all of the evidence, and we lost a day. That's something to keep in mind. The jury lost Wednesday to go through any witness testimony. So while we are coming to the end of the first week, we still probably have at least a week to go based on Judge Harrell's estimations.
Well, and week of testimony, and then of course deliberations, and then depending on if he's convicted or not. other testimony beyond that. So anyway, thank you so much, Amanda. We appreciate you for joining us this morning.
Thank you, guys.
So I want to spend some time talking here. So folks, I've got James Hawthorne with me. James and I have known each other for 25 years, long time. We go way back to when he was with the Arlington Police Department, but you led the Cedar Hill Independent School District Police Department. How long were you with Cedar Hill?
Yeah, I was there 9 years. And we did a lot of things there. One of the things obviously that we tried to make sure that we were doing a good job of was making sure that we were doing our active shooter training and following all the protocols that the state had mandated, but just also in terms of preparedness, so that we were serving our student body the best that we could. We tried to make sure that we were up on our trainings and doing those repetitively with multiple agencies, the Cedar Hill Police Department involving the Cedar Hill Fire Department. So we did multi-agency training.
So it becomes muscle memory.
Becomes muscle memory, yes. And that's what we wanted. We wanted it to be muscle memory because when you are forced into a situation, a high stress situation, we want you to default to training. And so that's why that training, repetitive training is so important, because when you confront it with a situation, that's how in law enforcement, we want you to defer to the training.
And back prior to Uvalde, that training was not mandatory.
Right. It was not mandatory. We did the training. And I remember when I first joined the Cedar Hill School District as the police chief over there, one of the first things that we did was go through the active shooter training, alert training is what they call it. And it wasn't mandatory, but after Uvalde, things changed. And of course, that type of training became mandatory. But we were doing it prior to, and a lot of other school districts and agencies were doing it as well, prior to it becoming mandatory, by the state. And it was just our way of just making sure that we were putting our best foot forward in order to protect the children, give parents confidence that when they send their kids to school, that we're doing our best to ensure everybody's safety, and not only the safety of the kids, but the staff that are there as well.
And talk to me about that training. How are officers taught to respond in these cases?
Well, as a law enforcement officer, you know that you're going to be called at any moment. That could happen to be in a situation that's very precarious. And so we're trained to confront those situations as best we can with the best training that we can. And so, a lot of times when we go into these types of situations, they're very hazardous, and we're trained for that. And so
you're trained to go, though.
We're trained to go. That's
so
right.
It's not wait till we get the SWAT team, wait till we get the helmets, wait till we get to the shields. It's go.
No, it's go, go, go. And that's been the training for a number of years. It's been the training ever since I've been in law enforcement. We were talking a little earlier, after Columbine, we saw that waiting for the SWAT team was not the appropriate response in an active shooter incident. And so it just changed the whole sea of how we did emergency response. I was a hostage negotiation supervisor. So, I know the response for emergency response teams. And after Columbine, again, that just changed the whole response, the whole nature of how we respond. We recognize that in those types of situations, the priority is to stop the killing and then stop the dying. And so we had to adjust, if you will, and not wait for a tactical team to get there. The lesson learned from that was while we were assembling and containing the situation from inside, people were inside bleeding right out. And so we had to do a better job of getting to those individuals, neutralizing the threat and enabling the emergency response personnel to be able to get in and do their job, which is to save lives. And so, yeah, go ahead.
Well, because there was a recognition after Columbine that an active shooter, they have one goal.
They have one goal.
And it's to kill.
Yes.
and kill as many people as they can until they are killed or taken into custody.
Right. That's
So
exactly
waiting
right.
for a SWAT team, that is not the answer.
That's not the answer, right? And so all the training that we did, and I was at Arlington Police Department when we changed our training and started doing the active shooter training to meet those new protocols. And so this type of training that we've done has been my point in saying that it's been around for a long time, and police departments and police agencies and officers have been engaged in this type of training. So we know from a profession standpoint what it is that we need to do. We understand the priorities, and really until this incident happened, I'd not heard of a situation, I'd not heard of a response anyway, that would have mirrored what we saw in Uvalde. And so that was the quite tragic response, for everybody involved. And from law enforcement standpoint, it left a lot of us scratching our heads as well as to why that situation unfolded like it did.
Well, because for reasons that I don't understand, I've watched quite a bit of the body cams, and they decide they've got a barricaded person on their hands, and I don't really understand why they decided that, given what they knew. It's like they made some assumptions. And can you really assume in a case like that when you're in a school and school's in session?
No. I mean, we knew from a law enforcement perspective, we knew that the individual had gone in there and fired shots inside the building. And so I remember watching some of the body cam, and I saw one of the officers call for a SWAT team, which that's appropriate. But what I didn't see was the mobilization of a team action to go toward the where the shots were fired to try to render assistance again to stop a shooter. And so it was very clear from what I saw that we had an active shooter incident, and the response should have matched the facts of what we had in that particular situation. And that just didn't happen. And then the people responding, obviously, they're taking the word for the people who are on the scene already. If you're responding and the people on scene are telling you it's a barricaded person, you weren't there in the initial incident when it took place. You're relying on the information of the officers who are on the scene. And so it's just a cascading of misinformation, a lack of the appropriate assessment of what was going on inside the building. And we just saw that cascading unfolding into inappropriate decision-making, a lack of action, and ultimately just a big failure, a catastrophic failure on the part of law enforcement to respond to that type of situation.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I'll ever really understand what happened there. You think it was a function of lack of, what's your sense of, was it a lack of training? I mean, of course, I think what's going to be argued here is cowardice.
Yeah. I don't know if it was lack of training, because I don't know those individuals' training records and what they have done and what they hadn't done. But I do know that as a law enforcement community, and I would, stretch to say that I know that agency, those members of that department, the city as well as the school district, had some level of active shooter response training. I'm pretty confident of that without knowing their records. And so I would imagine when an event like this unfolded, the response that had been trained, that had been taught, was not the response that was followed. And it was pretty obvious to me, just getting the information and seeing how it unfolded, that we had an active shooter. And the response should have been to mobilize a team and confront the shooter and take that person out, in order to save lives. And so that just didn't happen. And all the training that I've ever been a part of, years before I was at a school district, that was the training that that was taught to us, that was ingrained in us, and ingrained in every response that we had, and like I said, in law enforcement, I've been confronted in situations. I've had to go into very hazardous, very dangerous situations And I knew that was part of the deal that I signed up for. And so we know going into any situation, any day, on any call, it could be a very hazardous situation, but that's what we signed up to do. And so we should not hesitate. We should not be afraid. I mean, fear, it will, in some aspects, fear will keep you alive. So
Right.
a dose of fear is healthy, but you have to act, you have to respond. And we just didn't see that happen in this situation.
Okay, so we're starting to see family members, prosecution team has come into the courtroom, and the court is expected to start around 9 a.m. So James, we'll continue chatting while we wait for court to start back up. Adrian Gonzalez is the first officer to arrive. He is assigned to the high school. He hears radio traffic because we do have this unusual situation where there's this wreck, and then the shooter began shooting at these funeral home workers who are coming over thinking they're going to try to help someone who's been involved in a car accident. And of course, things quickly go south. So he's the first officer to get on scene, and he has some sense that there's a shooting and that something has happened. What should he do in that circumstance when he's there and he's by himself for some period of time? I think several minutes. I think we'll have a better idea of that. Because Chief Arredondo and Sergeant Coronado and some of the other officers are going to arrive a little bit after him. What should he have done in that circumstance? Of course, defense is claiming he didn't have line of sight of the shooter.
Yeah. A lot of it depends on what he knew at the time, what kind of radio traffic was relayed to him. If he knew there were shots fired, those shots had been fired at other individuals. At that point, we have an active shooter at that point. And if that individual ran into a school building with a rifle, and that was the information that he had, and again, shots fired inside the school, that is a textbook active shooter.
So he should have gone in.
He should have gone in.
He not waited for anybody.
He should not have waited. We're taught in those active shooter classes to do what's called an LCAN, which is just basically giving a brief synopsis of what we have. What is the situation? What do we have? So that other first responders coming know what it is. So we give a location. We talk about the conditions, what are the actions, and what are the needs that an officer will have once they're arriving. But then that officer should, as safely as he can, but as expeditiously as he can, assemble a team or get together with another officer and immediately.
But I guess the question is, should he have gone in by himself before other officers get there?
You can make the argument both ways. It depends on what he knew, and it depends on exactly what.
And that's what we don't know yet.
Right.
What did he know? When did he know it?
Right. And I think it all hinges on that, right? So once we have a better understanding of what it is that he knew, what information was relayed to him, what did he personally observe, what information was relayed to dispatch, and did dispatch relay that information to him, then I think we'll have a better understanding of what it is that he should have done or what would have been the appropriate response from him with the information that he had. And so I haven't yet heard what information that he actually had. And once we get a better understanding of that, then we'll have a better understanding of what specifically he should have done to address the threat with the information that he had. And sometimes that will require you to go in alone. It's not preferable, but it's what we're called to do at times if we're going to do the job that the public has entrusted us to do.
Well, and that's part of what happened in the Parkland case. You had the school resource officer who was charged in Florida and ultimately found not guilty. But under the only other trial that I'm aware of in the nation that is similar to this is the Parkland officer. Who was tried for was accused of not going in, effectively accused of cowardice. And again, he was found not guilty in that case. And so this is the first time that a police officer in the state of Texas has been tried under the statute. And my sense is the reason that Adrian Gonzalez is the one charged, the only other one charged besides Chief Arredondo, is because he is that first responding officer.
Could be. And I have that question myself. There are a lot of other people who failed to act in that situation. And so, why this individual and not some of the others is a question in my mind as well. But clearly, if you're the first officer on the scene, you have a duty to, and your training obligates you to do what I just mentioned before. You're at the scene, you are the incident commander. You are the person that is in charge.
Even if you're just a rank and file.
Rank and file, you are the person that is in charge, and that is the training for law enforcement. So as the incident commander, and that can be passed off and transferred. It could be taken from you because a supervisor comes and delegates that away from you, or you recognize that you're in a situation where you have to pass that on because you're dealing with the active threat. And so we're trained in law enforcement that first person on the scene is the incident commander and should be directing resources and should be making decisions that are all predicated around stopping the killing and stopping the dying. And if the actions of those officers don't match what we've been trained in what I just said, then we failed. We failed as a law enforcement in terms of that response.
I think I don't think there's any disagreement that the law enforcement, the actions that day was an epic failure, right?
Right.
I mean, I don't think you wouldn't agree. We both agree on that. I think that, of course, all the action reports that were done on this would agree that this was just epically bad. I think the question is still going to be, should there be criminal liability? And if he's found guilty, what effect will that have on law enforcement?
Yeah, I think we'll have to wait for the outcome of the trial to determine whether or not this rises to a level of criminality. And it could have an effect on law enforcement response. It shouldn't, because as a police chief, as a commander, the last thing that you want your troops thinking about is the legal liability of a situation and freezing and not acting because they're thinking about these other factors. And I don't think that will happen here, but it is a concern. And so as an administrator or somebody in charge of an agency, of course, we have to set the tone so that officers are not concerned about that. And I don't think that they will. I don't think, from my experience anyway, even when we were implementing use of force reviews, we had similar conversations about officers hesitant to act because they have to report their use of force. And I really didn't see any of that. It was conversation centered around that. But at the end of the day, when officers are called to act and provide a service, they do that, and they do it quite well. And they don't think about the other implications of not reporting a use of force, anything like that. And what we've seen in terms of use of force reporting, that actually helps the officer, helps the agency defend officers' actions. And so we just really hadn't seen any of that. And I don't think this trial will have that kind of a chilling effect to stifle individuals' actions in the field because of a criminal trial.
And I guess you're saying because this was outside the norm of police response.
Absolutely.
I mean, beyond outside the norm.
Yes, it was well beyond outside the norm. So I don't think that will happen. I think a lot of eyes are on it, though. And again, I think a lot of this comes down to what did the officer know at the time? What did he see? What did he observe? And how consistent are his actions with training that he has received to respond in those types of situations?
When when this all happened, what was the reaction in law enforcement to what they saw in terms of the response out there?
I think we were all just scratching our heads, like everybody else, trying to make sense of what could have gone wrong, what could have allowed multiple agencies, multiple officers to respond to a scene and nobody take action. What catastrophically could have gone wrong to cause that type of a response? And there was a lot of conversation around it. I think a lot of miscommunication, a lot of misinformation about the scene itself. And then those officers responding, obviously not getting good information. And like I said earlier, it's just a cascade of
Well, it's like
events.
once they had kind of like decided they had a BP, everybody that's arriving thinks, well, we have a BP.
Because that's what they're being told.
A barricaded person. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm speaking.
that's what they're being told by the officers on the scene. That's
and so
what
then
they
it's
have.
like,
Yeah. And so, that's where leadership, that's where supervision comes in to ask the questions to discern what it is that we really have. And so we just didn't see that happen. And I think everybody is still kind of scratching their heads around why didn't we see a better response? Why wasn't there a more assertion of leadership by the people who were in command to get that information? Or did everybody just assume, because that's what was told to them from the very beginning when they arrived, that this was a barricaded person and nobody ever really questioned it?
right.
To try to come to a different conclusion.
It's interesting because when I watch those body cams, and we haven't seen them, okay, so the judges, we're watching him. He's on the bench. We don't have sound yet coming from the courtroom. Okay, wait a minute.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated in the courtroom. When we recessed yesterday, we were on direct examination of the ranger, so you may proceed.
And Your Honor, we have just this minute turned over the additional photograph for renter rights testimony for their inspection. They're in the process of inspecting that, and so once they've had a chance to do that, we'll be ready to file the damage evidence.
Okay. What are the numbers, Mr. Turner?
Start with 164 and end with 261,
Okay. All right, any objection?
No objection, Judge.
They're admitted. You may publish. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Major Wright, when we left yesterday, you had discussed with us the bullet defects that were in 102, that southwest corner of the room, correct?
Yes,
And how they had gone across the hallway.
correct.
And so now we are moving to Stacy Exhibit 164. Stacy Exhibit 164, could you tell us what we're looking at there?
That is a diagram of Robb Elementary, or at least that building within Robb Elementary. And the highlighted room is 108, which is directly across the hall from 102.
And that's where you continued following the path of bullet fragments, is that correct?
Correct.
And would you tell us what Stacy Exhibit 165 is?
That is a photograph of the entrance into classroom 108.
To orient us, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And 166?
That is going to be a photograph just stepping inside of room 108, turning to the right and just seeing that part of the classroom.
And which of those walls is adjacent to the hallway?
The wall on the right with the cabinets is
And
going to
is
be
there-
on the back side of that wall is the hallway.
And does one of your rods appear in that photograph?
May I approach, Your Honor? You're going to see one of our flight path rods right here coming through this wall.
Thank you. And 167?
It's going to be a closer photograph of that flight path rod, the bullet defect in the wall, and the flight path rod coming straight through.
And am I correct that you can only affix that flight path rod if it is clear to you the path of the fragment? Stacy Exhibit 168?
It's just going to be another closer photograph of the flight path rod coming through the wall.
And State's Exhibit 169.
That is going to be a photograph of standing kind of close to the door of the classroom, looking back toward the windows on the opposite side. So to orientate the jury, it would be if the bullets had come in this window originally in room 102, gone through that wall, through the hallway, through that wall. It's going to be the windows on the complete opposite side of the building.
And where did you find, if you did, a defect in that photograph?
You can see it's kind of hard to see right here, but I do get another photograph later, but it's going to be where the bullet comes in, hits these blinds right here on that window.
And Exhibit 170?
It's going to be a closer up of the bullet defect. This is going to be one of those sticky adhesive markers that we use to identify it. That's going to be the bullet defect going into the blind.
And Exhibit 171?
Closer photograph of where the bullet struck the blind.
And 172, is that even closer?
Correct.
And along with that defect, were you able to find any bullet or bullet fragments?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 173?
Yes, the bullet is going to be down here as evidenced by this marker, number 15.
174?
That is the actual bullet that came through. It came to rest on the windowsill.
And is it a complete bullet or a fragment?
It's pretty deformed. It doesn't look like it has a jacket. It looks like part of the core of the bullet, like a lead core.
Okay, thank you. Now, was that the extent of the defects you found then in room 108?
Yes.
And what was the next room that you searched?
I can't remember the exact number. It's
okay. Well, let me just move to Exhibit 175.
Okay, yeah. So it's going to be room 104.
And when you move from 102 to 104, does that mean there were no defects in 103?
Correct.
Okay. And so you took pictures of the defects and went to the rooms where there were actual defects?
Correct.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 176, is this an outside view of that room?
Yes.
And do you see flags in that photograph?
Yes.
Would you point those out?
There's going to be flags in the grass right there.
Okay. And are they, were there defects in that window to the left of those flags?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 177. Can you tell us what that is?
That's going to be a closer up a photograph of that window. You can see where the glass is completely shattered in many of these places. You can see some of a couple of the trajectory rods placed in bullet defects coming from outside the window going to the inside.
And would you talk to us about the bottom pane of the window?
Well, there's not much glass there. It's completely shattered.
Okay. And do you know what caused that shattering?
If I'm not mistaken, this room, I believe, this was probably, it may have been bullet defects, but it could have also been attempts to escape the classroom, trying to break the window so students could get out of the classroom.
So so it's fair to say you can tell us the origin of why that shattered. It's just when you see it, it's shattered. Is that
correct?
Okay. And your rods are also indicated there, indicating the path of the bullet through the window. Is that correct?
Correct. And this is the room also. You can see these gaps over here. This window frame was removed. We found it that way. It was removed. To take these photographs, we had to actually place that window back into the window frame.
So in a few minutes, we're going to see where the window is actually on the ground, but you had to place it in its proper spot. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't know why that happened, why the window frame was removed?
No.
And State's Exhibit 178?
It's a photograph of classroom 104, the entrance to it.
And Exhibit 179?
It's just going to be a photograph inside, looking inside room 104.
And do you recognize any of your yellow markers or yellow tints? I'm not sure what term you use.
This these evidence markers here on the floor.
Okay. And is the window likewise in that photograph 179?
Yes, this is the window frame that we saw earlier. We had placed it up here to take these photographs, but this is how we had originally found it. The window frame had been removed and was placed up.
Showing you Exhibit 180. Can you tell us what that is?
This is going to be, it's going to be damage to the blinds covering that window. You can see quite a bit of damage to these blinds, whether it was bullet fragments or glass. Whenever bullets strike glass, a lot of times it pulverizes the glass. It turns it into shrapnel, for lack of a better term, and it causes a lot of damage here. You can see all of these things here.
And State's Exhibit 181.
Again, just another photograph of that window. You can see the damage to these blinds and all the shattered glass.
Okay, and once again, you don't know the origin of that shattered glass, is that correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 182.
Going to be another photograph of this window. You can see the window down here, the window frame that had been removed from the original housing here, and it's just down here on the floor.
And did you photograph the damage to the window frame when it was in that position?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 183.
Yes, this is a bullet defect that's in the window frame.
And 184.
Another bullet defect in the window frame.
And 185.
Closer view of the defect in the window frame.
And would you describe the defect in a little more detail? Tell us if it gave you an idea about where the bullet came from, the other side of the window frame or from this side of the window frame.
Correct. So in this one, we can tell that the directionality of the bullet traveling through this window frame, it was coming from outside to inside. So if you could kind of imagine that this is the side that's facing the classroom. So this would be the back side facing the exterior, facing the outside of the building. And you can see the directionality of the bullet coming in. You can see how it bent the metal as it comes through.
State's Exhibit 186.
This is going to be a picture of, this is one of our, another one of the Texas Rangers holding the window frame in place in that window housing.
And 187.
Just a closer photograph of the same thing.
And 188.
Another photograph of that window being held in place.
Okay. Just kind of a side note, 187, if you could go back one. Just in the background, there's a car parked there.
Here?
Yes. And then 188. Is the car gone?
Yes.
What explains the difference in that?
This was a long process doing all of these. So we photographed it at different intervals, different times. So I believe we were there working this particular side, this west side of this building for 2 or 3 days. So at any given time during that 2 or 3 days, cars may have come and gone. We really weren't paying attention to those outside. We were just worried about trying to place this window frame back in its place and photographing and documenting first off how we found it, and then how the bullets would have entered this window.
Thank you. And Exhibit 189.
It's going to be a close-up of a bullet defect in the glass.
190.
This is going to be a photograph of one of the bullet defects in the window frame.
And also, does that tell you the origin, whether it's inside the room or outside the room?
As far as direction,
Yes, sir.
yes, it shows that the bullet did come from the outside and coming to the interior of the window. You can see the directionality. You can see how the metal again bent around the bullet, and it shows the direction of the bullet.
And Exhibit 191.
It's going to be a closer view of the bullet defect.
And the defect on the opposite side of that window frame, does it feel smaller than the defect on this side of the window frame?
It does.
And what's the explanation for that?
When a bullet passes through a surface, depending on lots of factors, depending on the surface it's passing through, depending on the bullet itself, typically a bullet sometimes will expand as it goes through a surface like this. So as it went through the exterior coming in, this bullet, whether it was the bullet itself actually expanding or some of the shrapnel and some of the other stuff breaking off of the bullet, some of the bullet fragments, caused a much larger hole on this opposite side.
So a bullet going through a soft object may maintain its integrity, but if it hits a hard object, it may expand and fragment.
It could. I think there are a lot of variables with both of those, with the composition of the bullet and the composition of the whatever it's passing through.
Fair enough. Exhibit 192.
Just going to be another, this is one of the trajectory rods coming through a bullet defect, showing it passing from the exterior to the interior.
And 193.
Another photograph, another bullet defect with a trajectory rod showing the direction of travel from the outside to the inside.
And is it slightly elevated also?
Yes.
And what does that say about the position of where the gun was in comparison to the window?
So this would indicate that the muzzle of the rifle, of the weapon, where the bullet was fired from, would have been a little bit lower on the outside. It would have been a little bit lower in elevation as it fired, and the bullet passed through, coming in and going at an upward angle into the classroom.
And when we looked at exhibits 102, is that consistent then with fragments ending up in the ceiling?
I believe so, yes.
State's Exhibit 194.
This is going to be a photograph inside the classroom, standing back by the window, looking back at the door, the entrance door, and you can see some of our evidence markers up here with some of the trajectory rods inside some of the bullet defects. Around the door here, you can see some of our evidence markers indicating bullet defects on that wall.
So did you find that these defects were directly across from the window?
Yes.
And then we close in on those defects, is that correct?
Correct.
Showing you exhibit 195.
Just a closer angle of these bullet defects on the ceiling and the wall.
And 196.
More of an overall photograph of standing back by the window again, showing the bullet defects on the ceiling and the wall by the entrance door.
And it may be light there, but do your rods appear there also?
Yes.
Showing you 197.
This will be a closer view of the bullet defects. You can actually see one of the pink rods right there.
And 198.
Closer view of these are the bullet defects that are, so here's the door. So the window would be back this way from the screen. So you can see the actual trajectory rods going in to some of these bullet defects in the ceiling tiles.
Exhibit 199.
Another photograph from a different angle of some of the bullet defects in the ceiling tiles. Yes. Another angle, another photograph showing bullet defects of various sizes, whether they were complete bullets or bullet fragments or actual shrapnel from glass from the window frame. It's hard to tell exactly, but you can tell some of the directionality of how they're moving.
And exhibit 201.
Just a closer photograph of one of the bullet defects in the ceiling tiles.
Exhibit 202.
This is going to be a photograph of some more of the bullet defects in the ceiling tiles.
And 203.
This is a closer view of one of the bullet defects in the ceiling tile.
Okay. So there were a number of defects in the ceiling tile, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. 204.
This is going to be another photograph of a bullet defect in the ceiling tile. You can see another defect over here on this side.
And 206.
Another bullet defect in the ceiling tile.
And 207.
Another bullet defect in the ceiling tile.
Backing off from that then, in exhibit 208, is this giving us a general view of the room? 204.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
This is 208. Thank you. Could you tell us what 208 is?
As far as the classroom?
Yes, sir. And do your yellow marker or tents appear there?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of those yellow markers or tents?
These are going to be showing either bullet fragments or some type of shrapnel, some type of object that came from whenever the bullets were fired into the windows.
Would you take a second just to show us the tents that you see in that photograph?
Yes. So there's number 12 right here. I think that's going to be number 5 right there. Can't really tell. But these are items that we found on the desks. Over here, there's going to be closer to the window, there's going to be more evidence markers indicating bullet fragments or some type of shrapnel that we thought was related to the bullets coming in through the windows or the window frames.
And exhibit 209, does that show some of those markers better?
Yes.
And would you show us where those are?
Yes. These are the markers closer to the window that we just saw in the previous photograph. This one is actually going to be another bullet fragment closer to the entrance door of the classroom, mark number 4.
Exhibit 210.
It's going to be a closer angle of exhibit 4 and exhibit 3.
And exhibit 211.
Going to be a closer photograph of exhibit 3, which is a bullet fragment.
212.
Just a photograph of exhibit 4, which is going to be another apparent bullet fragment.
And 213, is that a close-up of that?
Yes.
214.
Going to be evidence marker number 5 with an exhibit right there.
And is 215 a close-up of that?
Yes.
And what is?
So at the scene, it was kind of hard to differentiate right offhand whenever we were right there on the scene. So could this have been shrapnel from one of the mini blinds, or could it have been shrapnel from the window frame, or could it have been a bullet fragment? We weren't sure at that exact moment, so we went ahead, erred on the side of caution to mark it as just an item that obviously should not have been there, and it came as a result of the bullets passing through the windows or the window frames.
So whether it's bullet fragment or shades or the aluminum frame, it's a piece of metal that's flying through the air of room 104, is that correct?
Correct.
And 216.
It's going to be just another view of some of the evidence markers next, closer to the window.
And 217.
It's going to be evidence markers number 6 and number 7. And we're going to see a piece of either bullet fragment or shrapnel here. And the same
218,
as
does that
here.
close up on number 6?
Yes.
And from looking at that, can you tell the origin of that?
In hindsight, it looks more like a piece of the mini blind, maybe a piece of shrapnel that came from the bullet defect. But at the time, we didn't know if it was a piece of a metal jacket coming from one of the bullets or if it was a piece of the mini blind.
Thank you. 219.
It's just a closer photograph of it.
And 220.
It's going to be evidence markers number 7, number 8, and number 9.
And marker 8, is that next to a paper airplane?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Exhibit 221.
It's going to be another piece of evidence that we found, actually a couple of little pieces here, marked number 8.
And 222.
It's going to be evidence markers 8, 9, and 11, indicating some of the items that we found on the floor close to the window.
Exhibit 223.
It's going to be another piece of debris, whether it's shrapnel or a bullet fragment, closer to the window.
224.
This is going to be just a photograph of evidence markers 9, 10, and 11. We actually had to pull this bookcase out to see that. And obviously this is the window frame. The window would have been in this location over here.
And for a reference marker, the tent number 10, is that closest to the wall?
Yes.
So looking at 225, can you tell us which marker this belongs to?
That's going to be, I believe that's going to be number 10 right here. So this is the wall. It's on the floor here. And this is a piece of it appears to be a piece of a copper jacket from a bullet. So it'd be a bullet fragment, but it would be the piece of the copper jacket that covers that lead core of the bullet.
And 226.
Just another photograph of 8, 9, 10, and 11.
227.
It's going to be a piece of debris on the floor with our evidence marker there showing the size of it.
228.
It's going to be this is a photograph of the desk area. This is going to be the entrance door into the classroom. So to orient the jury, this photograph would have been taken closer from the window area, looking back toward the door, and evidence marker 5 and 12 on these desks.
229.
It's going to be a close-up of exhibit number 12.
And then 230.
It's going to be a piece of debris, either a jacket or a piece of mini blind, some type of shrapnel that was found on the desk.
And 231.
This is going to be a photograph looking close to the entrance door, or from the entrance door of the classroom, looking back toward the window, but they had these double doors that went into the classroom next door to it. So these doors are open. So this is going to be some of the evidence markers that are there, and some of the things that we found on the floor, on the desk, and some of those other evidence markers were over there that y'all saw earlier.
So those internal doors allow two different classrooms to access two different classrooms.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
You could come in one door and then go into the other classroom by this adjoining door.
Correct.
Exhibit 232.
It's going to be a close-up of, or a photograph of evidence marker number 13.
And 233.
It's going to be a closer up of some of the shrapnel or bullet fragment labeled number 13 that's on the floor.
Exhibit 234.
This is going to be the entrance door to that classroom. You can see bullet defects on the wall over here, and you can see one of our trajectory rods stuck in one of those bullet defects.
And exhibit 235.
That's going to be a bullet defect that hit the door frame. It did not go through the door frame. It just hit right there and made a defect, made basically like a dent in that metal door frame. You can see where it knocked the paint off, but there's a definite indentation from where the bullet hit it.
236.
That's going to be a closer angle or a closer view of that bullet defect.
And 237.
That's going to be kind of a zooming out photograph again of some of the bullet defects on the wall by the door.
238.
That's going to be a bullet defect on the right side of the door.
And 239.
It's going to be it appeared that it's going to be a piece of a copper jacket that surrounded the lead core of the bullet. It's embedded in the wall right here.
And 240.
This is going to be a couple of bullet defects that are on top of the door.
241.
Another view of those bullet defects with one of our trajectory rods in this one on the left.
And 242. We now move to the hallway.
Yes, this is going to be bullet defects that are outside the door. So to orient the jury again, if the windows are on the exterior of the building, going to the door that's on that wall, this is going to be in the hallway on the opposite side of that wall. You can see where one of the bullets came through, created a defect right here and right there.
And did you, well, let me just show you 243. Is that a close-up of that defect?
Yes.
And can you tell directionality from that defect?
Yes, it's coming from exterior, through the windows, through the classroom, through the wall on the opposite side into the hallway.
Exhibit 244.
This is going to be one of our trajectory rods going through that bullet defect, coming from the classroom into the hallway.
Showing a slightly upward angle once again.
Correct.
245.
This is going to be a trajectory rod coming from that bullet defect, and it caused that bullet defect on the ceiling. So this is the wall in the hallway, and this is the ceiling in the hallway. So that bullet came through the wall and made a bullet defect right there on the ceiling.
And does 246 show then the defect in the ceiling?
Yes.
And did that conclude then your investigation as to the room 204 and the defects that went through that room?
Yes.
So did you next move to room 105?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 247.
Okay, this is the diagram of the building. Again, room 105 is highlighted in yellow here.
And was there any defects from outside to inside in room 105?
I believe there were.
You did. Let's go through that. 248. Could you tell us what that is?
Yeah, so this is going to be a photograph from outside in the hallway of room 105, and we have a bullet defect right there.
And 249.
So this is going to be a view of room 105 from the area of the entrance door, and you can see some of our evidence markers here.
Okay. And is there a window there that is not in its complete form?
Yes.
And do you know how it was destroyed?
I wasn't there when it happened, so I don't know exactly.
Okay. And how many markers came out of room 105? Just these two?
Just these two.
Exhibit 250? I guess I'm closing up on the window there at that point.
Yes, that's going to be a view of it's going to be that window there, but our evidence markers are going to be right here on this TV stand.
And what is in front of that window?
That is a bookcase that's been turned over.
And if it were upright, could you access the window?
No.
And if it's knocked over, could you access the window?
Yes.
Exhibit 251.
That's going to be a photograph of the TV stand with our two exhibits or markers.
Exhibit 252.
And it's another photograph of the TV stand with our evidence markers.
And exhibit 253.
It's going to be a closer view of evidence marker number 1. Here's the TV, and it's on the TV stand.
And exhibit 252? No, 254, excuse me.
It's a closer view of a bullet fragment that was found on this TV stand.
And 255.
This is going to be a bullet defect that was directly above the TV stand. You can see our evidence of the sticky adhesive marker on the ceiling tile right here, and that's the bullet defect.
And exhibit 256.
There is the piece of shrapnel or bullet fragment that is embedded in the ceiling tile.
Exhibit 257.
That's going to be that's a view, a photograph view standing near the front door, near the entrance door of the classroom, looking back to the right at this wall. So this wall would be adjacent to the hallway. Just on the opposite side of this wall would be the hallway.
And on the opposite side of that hallway, would that be room 102? Excuse me. I've lost the numbers. 1 second. 111, excuse me.
Yes.
And exhibit 258.
This is going to be a bullet defect in the wall. Again, on the opposite side of this wall is going to be the hallway.
And exhibit 259.
That's going to be a closer angle of the bullet defect in that wall.
And exhibit 260.
This is going to be a view from the hallway looking into the classroom 105.
And 261.
That's going to be what appears to be a bullet defect from outside in the hallway, looking at the top left corner of that door going into 105.
And once again, across from that room would be 111. Is that correct?
Correct.
So based on the glass being shattered in this room 105, as well as these defects in the walls, are you able to determine the origin of that one fragment in 105?
The one fragment, so the windows in this room were not shattered by bullets coming from the exterior to the interior. This one appears that the bullet came from the inside, from traveling into this room from the hallway going into the room. So it was from the interior of the building.
And how are you able to exclude that it didn't come from the shattered window?
Because there were no bullet defects that we found in the window
itself. Okay. Pass the witness.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Ranger, we briefly shook hands yesterday, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, my name is Nico LaHood. I represent Adrian, one of 3 lawyers who represent Adrian. You've done this before. You've testified, so I'm just going to jump right in.
Sure.
Okay. Are you, I guess, you're obviously qualified as a trajectory analyst, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described to the jury yesterday what that is, but you're trying to determine pathway of a bullet, a trajectory analysis from its origin to its endpoint, correct?
Correct.
And often they use your skill set with wound path analysis, right?
Yes.
Right, because it's the next step. If somebody unfortunately is struck by that trajectory, then the wound path should match the trajectory of the starting point and the end point where it rested.
Yes.
Okay. What training does an individual like yourself go through to do this type of analysis?
Well, as a Texas Ranger, we all have to go through a 3-week advanced crime scene school. We do lots of continuing education throughout our careers. One of the schools that I went to was a 10-week course of study at the University of Tennessee, the National Forensic Academy. That included shooting reconstruction, and those are the main, I guess, the main educational courses that I've been through.
Okay. And I think you said it on direct. I mean, this is not an exact science.
Are you talking about what, tracing the path of a bullet?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, bad question. Yes, sir. They're tracing the path.
Bullets do weird things sometimes.
I
So
know you
yes.
just said that yesterday. They do. And so they're educated guesses.
Yes.
And you said they can go in a million different directions. Once it hits something, bullets are just, they do things that are weird.
They can.
Often unexplainable.
Yes.
Okay. So now I want to direct your attention back to what you did there. And so you did this analysis. Is this the extent of what you did during your assignment or your duties of what you were given?
Are you talking about at Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir. At Robb, from the rooms that you looked for evidence, is that's all you did?
I did a few other things there, but that was my main assignment.
Did you have anybody assist you in this endeavor?
There were some other rangers that assisted, yes.
So you made the determination that the majority of the defects that you saw on the west side of the building came from outside.
Correct.
And you were mentioning things about the frame of the window and the indention of the entry of the entrance versus the exit. That's called beveling, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And will you explain to the jury what beveling is?
So beveling is, again, like, I guess, could we pull up that photograph of
Sure.
one of the window frames?
What do you remember what number that is? Any one of the window frames?
Yes. Any one of them showing that exterior defect and the interior defect.
They're right here. 183, for the record, Judge, it states exhibit 183, 184, and 185. I think we have it here. That's 183, Ranger.
That will work. Your Honor, may I approach the screen?
Yes, sir.
So in this one, if the bullet were to come from the exterior of the window, so from this side of the window coming out, this is an exit defect. So as it passes through this, surface, it makes the entrance defect and the exit defect. It bends the metal like I talked about earlier. It doubles it out. So kind of makes it to where you can tell the direction as the bullet passes through this surface, it bends the metal coming out.
And so, thank you, sir. You got to see. And so an entrance defect is smaller and cleaner. Is that a fair statement?
Generally speaking.
Yes, sir, generally. And then an exit defect is usually larger and not as clean.
Correct.
I mean, irregular, I guess is the better word to use.
Yes.
Okay. And this is why you said, I think at the end of your testimony, that there were some defects in room, I thought it was room 105, that you believed were coming from the inside of the building.
Yes.
And when you use those trajectory rods, they're trying to trace back. So you're kind of start from the end point. You have to know where the entrance and the exit is, or the beginning and the ending. And you're trying to connect those lines together. And that's why that rod needs to be straight.
Correct.
You can also use a laser.
Yes.
When does someone like you decide when to use a laser or a rod?
I could have used a laser here. There were so many bullet defects, but you can use a laser at any time during this process.
And that's just more of a preference?
Yes.
Is one more reliable than the other one?
Well, lasers are obviously, they're going to be straight. Rods, you do have a little bit of play in them. Sometimes we have the plastic cones that you can put inside of a bullet defect that the trajectory rod will fit in, so it kind of centers it more in the bullet defect itself.
And on two different occasions, at least that I heard, you talked about the trajectory of the bullet going through a window, through a classroom, through a hallway, or into a ceiling. It kept traveling.
Correct.
Is that correct? And so when you see what appears to be the end of the trajectory, it could have kept going. You never know, right?
Unless, I'm sorry, if you.
What I'm saying is, if you saw a defect in the ceiling tile, you obviously don't know the bullet kept going. You didn't find the actual bullet.
Some of those, yes. There were some defects up above the ceiling tiles. Sometimes it was hard to determine exactly where they came to rest, but passing through those ceiling tiles, yeah, there was rafters up there and all kinds of things.
And just as a side note, the government's not going to contest us on this. The person responsible for these defects and causing this damage is dead, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's not Adrian sitting at the table with us.
No, to my knowledge, no, absolutely not.
And you're correct, by the way.
Yes.
And so at some point in your investigation, or you're part of this investigation, you heard that from the inside of the school, there were some rounds that went outside one of the windows on the back side, on the east side.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Room 111 and room 112 had, there was a bullet or bullets that went out of the building from 111.
I did not do any of the evidence gathering or evidence analysis in rooms 111 and 112.
But you understand there was defects outside of the building.
Are you talking about that came from 111 or 112?
Yes, sir.
Just maybe what I've heard through some of the other investigation, but I did not, I did very little in rooms 111, 112 past identification of the victim.
But you would agree that you are considered and you have testified as an expert in trajectory analysis in the past?
Yes.
So may I approach the witness?
Yes. Yes.
Ranger, I'm handing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 2 for identification only.
Okay.
You recognize Defense 2, do you not?
I do not.
Would you, let me get a bigger, I stay one.
Okay.
Thank you, Jason. I'm also showing you, Ranger, State's Exhibit 1. Now, this is Robb Elementary.
Okay.
Do you recognize it? Okay.
Yes.
So she has to type all this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And this is the west side of Robb Elementary?
Yes.
And this would be considered the south side?
Yes.
And this is the east side?
Yes.
And then room 111 roughly, this is the state's exhibit, but is in here, room 111 and 112 on the east side?
Yes.
And these are what they call wings of the building. These are extra buildings on the campus.
Yes.
And you might not know, but they're lettered from A to E. This would be Echo E, correct?
I'll take your word for it. Yes.
Okay, yeah, well, they're lettered. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And so on Defense Exhibit 2, this is a close-up of what? Would you agree that's a close-up of a defect? Regardless of where it's at, that's a defect.
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And did you do the analysis on Defense Exhibit 2? I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit 2 defect?
I did not.
Do you know if anybody did the analysis on Defense Exhibit 2 defect from building E?
I don't know.
Are you aware that these are metal buildings, so defects, trajectories will affect metal different than other surfaces?
I'd say that's a fair statement.
And metal is metal is not a cover. I mean, it's more concealment. It's not going to protect you from a bullet.
Depends on what kind of metal. Are you talking about like the thin metal building?
The thin metal buildings, yes, sir.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Judge, this time we'd like to offer into evidence Defense Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
I don't believe he been able to identify it. He said he didn't work on that defect. He didn't see it. If they're offering it just to say it's a defect, I have no objection.
Well, yeah, they're going to want it in later, I'm sure, so we want it in.
I don't, do you have it?
What's no objection?
All right, it's admitted.
Can we publish to the jury, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, so that defect right there, if that were to be on the top part, because that's where the electrical is, on the top part of building E, then they, excuse me, you testified earlier that whenever there's a defect up higher, usually the source of that trajectory is lower, correct?
I think it depends on each circumstance. I mean, depending on what other evidence is present to indicate that the muzzle of that weapon would have been lower.
Sure. I mean, obviously, if somebody was in a building shooting down, that could be a possibility,
Yes.
right? But there are no buildings higher than this structure around Robb Elementary that you recall.
That I can recall now.
So if somebody is on the ground and the muzzle is lower and shooting up, then the defect would be higher on a building.
Generally speaking, yes.
Right. And you yourself, hopefully we'll get someone else to talk about this, but you yourself that's not your evidence there. Your
That's
evidence
correct.
marker.
No.
But a defect on a building like that, behind a structure that had a lot of gunfire, it would be very difficult to pinpoint where that came from. Was that a fair statement?
I think there's a lot of variables with that. It would kind of depend on if there's another corresponding defect on the opposite side of that wall, or even within that wall, if we could see where the bullet passed through this surface and made contact with another surface. If there is a corresponding defect, that gives us 2 points of reference to put a trajectory rod or a laser.
But correct, that is right. Okay, but and you don't know if that was done on this defect.
I do not.
If somebody on the east side, may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
If somebody on the east side in front of this building, sorry, the west side.
South.
This is south. I'm so sorry, Ranger, you're right. I'm wrong. So on the south side of the building, correct, made a claim that there were multiple shots fired at that individual. Is it fair to say that we should see defects like this multiple times in this area?
Okay, can you, I guess, repeat that? I want to make sure my logistics are correct.
That's okay. If somebody, as an expert, if somebody is claiming there are multiple shots on the west side of the building here, in front of this structure.
This is the west side.
No, I'm getting myself confused. You're right. This is the west, on the south side of the building.
Okay, so if a suspect is, or if a person is here?
If a witness is on the south side of the building.
Okay.
Claiming that a suspect fired multiple rounds at them on the south side of the building.
Okay.
We should see defects somewhere in one of these buildings, E, D, or even C.
If it struck one of those buildings, yes. I mean, obviously it could pass through as well, but if it struck one of those buildings, that would make sense. That would be logical.
But also let's talk about the pass through, because you said something, if those rounds passed through, there would be defects passed in structures behind that, right?
Correct.
So in my initially confusing example, sorry about that, if somebody was on the south side of Robb Elementary and made a claim that a suspect shot multiple rounds at this individual, we should see defects here. And that you said initially, yes.
Possibly, yes.
Unless they passed through, but then we should see defects here.
If it struck that, not necessarily, because again, bullets do weird things, depending on the trajectory of it. If it's going higher and over the building, if it goes lower and into the ground, there may be a bullet in the ground. So in that general direction, if it's on a level plane, generally speaking, shooting from that direction to this direction, again, perfect conditions, level plane, yes, there may be some bullet defects on these buildings over here.
Yeah, and bullets don't just go forever, right?
Correct.
And that's the reason why on New Year, there's many warnings that people don't shoot a gun up in the air, because that bullet to get shot up, even though they don't intend this, has to come down somewhere.
Correct.
So bullets shot in directions, they have to go somewhere. They don't just disappear.
Correct.
Okay. And so that's all I was saying. If somebody is on the south side claiming a suspect shot multiple rounds this way, multiple, not one, multiple rounds, we should see some defects over here.
Possibly.
I want to direct your attention, because I think the government asked you a little bit about where some shells were laid. Hold on one second, Ranger, I'm sorry. Before I move on to the shells where they were laying, but seeing defects on structures behind the example that I gave you would corroborate this individual's, in our examples, claim that they were shot at multiple times on the south side of the building.
If that were a bullet defect that you showed me, yes, that would lend credence to that.
Not that one particularly. I'm just saying, if in my example before that, we talked about an individual making the claim that there were multiple shots at them. There should be, if there were defects in the structures behind that person, that would corroborate the person's claim that they were shot at multiple times.
If those defects were present, yes.
Yes, sir. Now, I want to direct your attention now to some pictures the government went over with you yesterday on the placement of some outside shells. And when I say shells, that's the casing, right?
Yes.
So when a gun is fired, if it's a semi-automatic, it has to extract the shell once the bullet is.
Correct.
If I have a revolver, that's not going to happen.
Correct.
And a revolver involves a double action where you pull and it winds it up, and then the hammer comes down and hits the primer, and the bullet will go out.
Correct.
But there's not going to be an extraction of a shell, because it's going to stay in the cylinder.
That's correct.
And in the old days, the Rangers used to carry single sixes, right? Where you have to pull it back every time and then shoot. It's a single action.
It's been a few years, but yes.
Well, yes, you don't look that old, trust me. But now a semi-automatic is where someone can pull the trigger repeatedly, and then it will continue to be fed in through the magazine. It's not a clip, it's a magazine. And the bullet will be sent out, and then the casing or the shell will be extracted.
Yes.
And every weapon has a different, well, depending on the manufacturer, a different extracting mechanism.
Yes.
Handguns extract their shells different than maybe a long rifle.
Yes.
And when I mean long rifle, what do we mean when we use the term long rifle?
A long rifle is usually just going to be a larger weapon. It's going to have a stock and a longer barrel on it.
Do we call a deer rifle a long rifle?
Yes.
But we also call an AR-15 or an AK-47 a long rifle as well.
Correct.
And so with a long rifle that's not a bolt action, which is a deer rifle is a bolt action, right?
Correct. Well, some of them are, yes.
Some of them are, right? Some are semi-automatic these days.
Yes.
But when I was hunting younger, it's bolt action where you shoot it and then you pull the bolt up, you enter another shell, another round in there, and then you can fire it.
Yes.
Okay, but an AR-15 is a semi-automatic.
Correct.
And so you can shoot that weapon as fast as you can move your finger.
Correct.
And so when you're doing that, casings are being extracted.
Correct.
May I stand up briefly, Judge?
Yes, sir.
And so there's a difference if one of these officers or yourself is tactically holding the rifle in your armpit, if you're coming into a room versus, and I'm not making light of this at all. I'm just, the only thing I can think of is like a Rambo where you're holding it low, shooting.
Okay.
Okay. So if I'm coming in this way, it will, and if I'm in the same position, I'll come up here so the jury can see. If I'm in the same position and I'm shooting, I'm only going low because in my head, I don't even like to pretend to point a weapon at somebody. So if I'm coming down and I'm shooting this way, it's going to extract the shells this way differently than if I was holding it perhaps Rambo style.
Generally speaking, on ejection of those cartridges,
Yes,
like that, I think there's a lot of variables that go into that. And I think there have been, my experience in training, there's been a lot of studies saying that, are they going to all be the same? No, they're not going to be the same.
Right. But what I'm saying is if I shoot from here and I do another round of firing from here, because of the distance of where I'm holding the weapon and the angle of where I'm holding the barrel or the muzzle, it's going to extract the casings perhaps in a different location.
Perhaps, but I think that'd be difficult for me to say accurately.
Well, I guess that's another point. It's just difficult for anyone to say accurately where shells are at. We have to look at the totality of the circumstances. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And that's a term of art in law enforcement. Is that a fair statement?
Definitely.
What does the totality of the circumstances mean? Will you explain that to the jury, please?
So totality of the circumstances means that you just have to take everything into consideration. There are going to be a ton of variables in any circumstance, and any of those variables could affect the outcome.
And what happens if we don't take everything into consideration when we're looking at a situation?
You could possibly miss evidence and get it wrong.
Yeah, and that's right. And so the goal is not to get it wrong. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. And so now I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 112. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
And so this is the west side of Robb Elementary,
Yes.
and then this is the south side of Robb Elementary.
Correct.
Okay. And then we can see there's these AC units here, correct?
Yes.
And so if someone is behind the AC units and somebody was shooting from behind this fort, those AC units would be, depending how strong they are, either cover or concealment for sure.
It could be, yes.
Will you explain to the jury what the difference is between cover and concealment?
So cover and concealment, it's a term that we use whenever we're talking about basically trying to get out of the way of a bullet. If I had a sheetrock wall between me and someone who's shooting at me, that would be more cover, that would be more concealment rather than cover. Cover is if it were a brick wall, like a cinder block wall, something that a bullet couldn't pass through, that's good cover. A sheetrock wall, that's going to be concealment. I'm hidden, but that bullet can still go through that surface.
So the concealment is you're concealed, so it's harder for me to aim at you. Cover means you're protected.
Correct.
And so if somebody was shooting here, and give me some hypotheticals.
Okay.
Then that person, if there was someone behind these AC units, I would have to stand out. If that shooter would have to stand out over here into the grass to get a different angle and line of sight.
I think that's fair. Yes.
We explain to the jury what line of sight means.
Line of sight just basically means what you can see.
And and that's one of so you don't ever shoot at something you can't see if you're trying to safely shoot, correct?
Correct.
And so if there was someone behind these AC units, I would have to move out to the right of them, go further south to get line of sight on somebody on the other side.
That's accurate.
And if I was shooting, hypothetical, if I was shooting at someone on the other side of those AC units, and I was discharging a semi-automatic, we would see these casings further south. Is that a fair statement?
Not necessarily. Again, there's going to be variables on where the person was standing, how the weapon was held.
Well, that's what I was asking you earlier, right?
Sure.
Okay, so let me make real specific. If I'm trying to shoot someone on the other side of these AC units, we've talked about that I would need a better line of sight, so I would, in our hypothetical, would move south, correct?
Correct.
In our hypothetical, if I moved south to shoot, what evidence, if you were trying to prove that I shot at that person, what evidence would you look for of me shooting at that person behind the AC units?
I mean, of course, cartridges, the ejected cartridges are going to tell the general area where someone is.
One step at a time. That's
Okay.
right. So that's my point. If I was further south, you would see ejected cartridges even more south.
Possibly, yes.
Quite possible. I mean, the wind can't, just so they understand, if I'm shooting a semi-automatic and the casings are coming out, even if it was windy, the wind is not going to blow the casings over to my left.
I've been in some crazy wind, but it would have to be.
Then you're from West Texas,
It
right?
would have to be a crazy wind.
Right. It have to be crazy wind, right?
Yes.
Okay. Crazy wind. Okay. So if I'm shooting over here, then we should see some cartridges to the right of me.
Possibly, yes.
Possibly. That's an answer, because you have to answer that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're not being difficult.
I'm not trying to.
And I know you're not. And so if these casings are here, then most possibly the shooter was over here to the left, more west.
I'd say that is possible.
Probably more possible.
It's
more
possible.
likely than not. Is that fair? More likely.
I would
than
say
not.
it's more likely that they're over there than rather than over there.
Correct. And in your knowledge, there were no casings found further down south.
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, I want to direct your attention really quickly before I pass you to gunfire echo. You're familiar with gunfire echo, correct?
Yes.
We explained to the jury what gunfire echo is?
Are you talking about in reference to how it comes off of
Yes, sir, exactly.
buildings?
Yes, sir.
Depending on how many buildings are around or your particular surroundings, it's just an echo. It's just like if you yell, there's going to be an echo. If there's gunfire, there's going to be an echo for that as well.
And may I approach, Judge?
Yes, sir.
And we can see around Robb Elementary, there are buildings, including Robb Elementary, that could have had this gunfire echo. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
So if somebody is shooting on the west side of Robb Elementary, which we know happened, that most likely, possibly, would create gunfire echoes.
It could.
And do you know now in your investigation that there were 3 officers over here on the corner of Grove and Geraldine?
I'm not familiar with that.
If there were, in a hypothetical as an expert, and they claimed they were being shot at, we should see some evidence of them being shot at. Is that a fair statement?
Possibly if the bullets struck something.
Right. So if they're being shot at, there should be possible evidence of things being struck.
Possibly. Yes.
But even if they weren't being shot at, it's reasonable. They could have thought they were being shot at because of the echo.
I guess that's a possibility.
Possible. If somebody is on the south side of the building, in our earlier example, and let's say we don't see evidence that they were being shot at multiple times, it's possible they thought they were being shot at if somebody was shooting on the west side of the building.
That's possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ranger. Oh, hold on. I'm not going to pass you yet. Hold on. But in general, echo can distort location of a shooter.
It can.
Thank you, sir. Pass the witness, Judge.
112, I think, is the last thing we talked about. From this exhibit, you were talking about line of fire. You were calling that testimony?
The line of sight? Yes.
Okay. From the foreground or the bottom of this photograph, exhibit 112, do you see the 2 white police cars?
Yes.
And would you point those out? Here's your marker still there.
Your Honor, can I approach the screen?
Yes, sir.
It's going to be one right here, going to be one right here.
And is there a building behind that first
Yes.
vehicle that you pointed to?
Building right here behind this patrol car.
Is that in the line of sight?
Yes.
And to the right of that, been described as a playground.
Over
Is-
here,
Yes. Is that in the line of sight?
from this area?
Yes.
Yes.
So if you're holding a gun could be shot down that line of sight into the playground, into that building, or in the direction of where those two white police cars were.
Yes.
Thank you. That's the witness.
And in your investigation, you can stay right there, yes, sir. In your investigation, you had not heard of, or not, you did not see yourself or collect any evidence of gunfire at the playground or at the pavilion?
Correct, I did not.
So there are no defects in the playground, there's no defects in the pavilion, correct?
I don't know. I did not examine those. I didn't collect any evidence over there, but I didn't go over there to look.
But you've not even heard of any evidence being collected over there?
I have not.
Thank you, Ranger. Pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Turner, what else?
No further questions, Judge.
Okay, see, subject to recall, either side?
Not asked.
No, Judge.
Okay, Ranger, you are excused. The rule has been invoked, so please don't discuss the case until you're aware it's over.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Your next one.
Ranger Torres.
This is the main packet of photographs. I don't know if you want to hear this.
How many of them?
It's a couple hundred, Judge.
And they haven't. So let's take your morning break early. Take 15 minutes, and I'm going to ask the defense to start looking at those right now. Would everyone rise for the jury, please? Let's go ahead and swear you in, if you would. You solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony to give in this cause will be the truth, so help you God. They're going to let them look at all the photographs, and then we'll get you on the stand in a few minutes, all right? Thank you. You're welcome to sit there or sit out in the gallery.
Okay, so we've been listening to ballistics testimony, and obviously the defense is trying to show that there wasn't gunfire on the south side of the building where
Right.
Adrian Gonzalez arrived, and there was all this discussion about the sound of gunfire. Talk to me about when you do have gunfire. Does it sometimes feel like it's on a different place than it actually is? In a case like that?
Absolutely. It depends on the environment. Ricochets, echoes around. And so sometimes it's actually hard to locate it, just based on the sound alone. So that can be tricky depending on the wind and a whole lot of other things that are going on. You definitely have a difficult time sometimes understanding where it's actually coming from. And it's good to have multiple people, from an officer standpoint, to help you triangulate that and understand where it is.
So when Adrian Gonzalez arrives on scene, when you arrive on scene at a situation like this, talk to me about the difficulties that a law enforcement officer would have of like ascertaining where it's coming from, especially if he doesn't have. Okay, let's assume he didn't have line of sight. Assume he never sees the shooter.
Yeah.
Let's assume that's the case.
Yeah, in that particular situation, we're relying on information coming into us from 911. So what does dispatch have? What information are they relaying? What are people who are calling in who hear the gun fire? Where do they say it's coming from? Do we have any witnesses that seen muzzle flash? Anything like that that would give us some indication, some idea of where this gunfire might be, taking place. If we get on the scene and we can see physical evidence, that's one thing, and that is an indication where it might have come from at that particular point in time. But oftentimes, it's a fluid situation. People are moving, so it's not an exact science in terms of hearing it and then we just knowing exactly where a person is, because they're mobile, they're moving, and where we think they might be at one particular point in time, they could have moved to a different location. So
I remember when we had the terrible events in downtown Dallas, and one of the issues in that case was they thought, because of the way that the building, the sound of that gunfire, the echoes, one point you could hear on the body cams in that case, the officers thought that there was a thinking that gunfire was coming from the parking garage.
Right.
But it wasn't.
Right.
And so there was a lot of confusion, which is why in that case, there was some thought that maybe there was more than one shooter.
Right.
Right. And so, and I think even in this case, there was some thought at maybe one point, maybe they had more than one shooter here too. So it's like that. And at least this is rifle rounds more likely to cause that kind of effect where.
Yeah, absolutely. Because they're louder, and in the environment that they're in, there could be the echo, there could be just a lot of things that are influencing the sound, it bouncing off of buildings, as you indicated with the downtown Dallas situation. So those things can be tricky to maneuver. That's why we rely a lot on witness information, people calling in to help us triangulate that information, if you will, to try to identify where the shots are coming from. And that can be extremely difficult sometimes.
Well, for folks that have joined us just a little late, I want to explain, this is James Hawthorne. He's a retired law enforcement officer. He was the chief of the Cedar Hill Independent School District for 9 years, and he retired in May. And James and I have actually known each other for about 25 years, so we go way back. And James and I want to talk some more about, since we've had a lot of folks join us, just about the training that law enforcement goes through for these situations. How should an officer, when they arrive on the scene, they hear that dispatch recording, what should be their actions in that case? And let's start with they're by themselves.
Okay, they're by themselves. They arrive on the scene. You are initially taking a quick scan, trying to gather as much information as you can about what the incident is, any potential evidence that's going to give you some indication what we're dealing with, sizing up the location. We call that an LCAN in police work, right? We arrive on the location, we talk about the condition, the actions, and then the needs, immediate needs that we have at that situation that's going to give other first responders information that they need in order to properly respond to the situation. And so in that moment, we're relaying that information. Other first responders are coming to the scene. They're making decisions about where to set up staging for other officers to arrive and stage in a safe area. And then we want to get personnel to assist that one officer who's on the scene, who is the incident commander at that point in time, to get assistance, because in an active shooter situation, seconds count, time is working against us. And so we want to mobilize a team as quickly as possible to enter the scene, enter the location, and neutralize the shooter as quickly as possible. So that first responder, the information that he's given is critical, because it's getting us information as first responders where to go, where we need to, what type of equipment we might need. All of that information is critically vital. And again, time is working against us because this is an active shooter situation.
Because an active shooter, they have one goal, and of course, Columbine was the sea change of realizing we can't handle these situations the way we've previously handled them.
Right.
In the training, is an officer, are they trained to wait for other officers to arrive before going in, or would there be a circumstance where you should just go on in?
It would depend on the circumstance, but I would think for the most part, you would want to wait on your backup officer or a team, if you will, so that you could safely go in and execute the strategy, the plan that we put together to try to locate the individual. There could be a circumstance that would exist where you would go in by yourself, but we wouldn't advise it, because you go in and you're killed as a result of that action. Now we don't have the ability to get information, the tactical information, the intelligence information that we need in order to effectively respond. So in our training, we're trained to wait to assemble a team. We can't wait forever, obviously, but there is some time that we give ourselves to quickly respond, to assemble a team. Most active shooter situations, if you look nationally, I think they're over with in 3 to 5 minutes. So we don't have a lot of time.
They don't go on 77 minutes.
They don't go on 77 minutes, no. And so we don't have a lot of time. And so getting there quickly, responding a team, you may or may not have all the equipment that you need, but you got to go.
Right.
And so we go with the equipment that we have, and that's why law enforcement has taken the position now. We try to equip the guys in the field with as much equipment as we can, in case they find themselves in that type of a situation and they're not having to rely on tactical equipment or people bringing equipment to the scene. They have that equipment readily available to them so that they can go in and execute as quickly as possible, execute the plan.
Well, and that was part of the problem in this case, is they didn't have the bullet resistant shields. They didn't have the helmets and some of the heavy vests and things of that nature. But you can't always wait to have all the perfect equipment to go.
No, you can't. And we don't oftentimes find ourselves in situations where we have the luxury to wait for that. And oftentimes we have to respond and act even without the all the necessary or the correct equipment. That's just part of the duty, if you will. And so we like to put officers in a position to have wins, and we want them to give them the equipment that they need. And law enforcement over the years has taken a lot of steps to equip officers with those types of equipment so that they have it readily available, for them. But there could be some situations where you don't have it and you still have to act. Right. And the training that we go through now reinforces that. You may not have every piece of equipment that you need, but you still have the duty, you still have the obligation to act.
Right. And let's, and I am very much hoping that they play some of these body cams today, because this will be, since we have James with us, this will be the perfect day for it. I mean, I know as the prosecutors are not moving on my schedule.
Right.
But you watch some of the body cams, and you see in the body cam, the main body cam that I've seen, where you see Adrian Gonzalez is Sergeant Coronado, and you see Pete Arredondo enter, and you see them going down the hallway, Arredondo to the left, Gonzalez to the right, which I'm again very much hoping they play today. And then you see the gunfire, and then it's like they go in to do what you're talking about,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then they don't.
Yeah, then they don't. And I have no explanation for that. It would have been preferable, what we would have liked to have seen from a law enforcement perspective, if they did initially retreat to put together a plan and then go back and execute the plan. We know this individual had fired rounds inside of the classroom, create some type of distraction technique, maybe at a window, maybe at some other point in the building that would draw his attention away, and then try to make the entry to go in and neutralize that individual. But we feel like that something should have taken place. They did retreat, but retreat and come back with a plan of action to go in, because at that point in time, I mean, it's fairly obvious that we have an active shooter in the building. And as I stated earlier, time is working against us. People could be injured, as we learned they were, and people bled to death inside of that room because law enforcement did not prioritize getting into that room and to stop the killing and to stop the dying.
Now, did you take the alert training since Uvalde?
Yes, yes, and it's a pretty intensive, and by design. And again, all of the components that I've talked about go into that, and it really emphasizes the fact that you, as the first responder, the first officer on the scene, you are in command. You are in total control. You are assessing the scene. You're giving information to the other first responders about what is happening so that they know where to go to you, so that we can assemble a team, and then those other first responders have a staging location so that they can gather themselves as well. And we can obviously get multiple teams inside the building because we got one in maybe that's giving us intelligence information so that the other responders coming in know exactly where to go. And in a school environment, especially in a large school, if it's a high school, you have a lot of ground to cover. In this particular case, it's an elementary school, so it's not that much ground to cover. And they knew exactly where he was. And so it's not a situation where we were trying to find him. They knew exactly where he was. And so they could have put together a plan to get inside that classroom using distractions or whatever they needed to use in order to get in. And from what I learned, the classroom door was not locked, and so they would have been fairly easy to get inside the room without much effort.
Well, they were looking for a key forever and ever. Like
they're looking for a key forever, and obviously it turned out they didn't need a key.
Try the door.
Yes.
Try the door.
Right.
Can you get in? It's like, back when this originally happened, my son, you've met my son Aiden, and I just avoided watching a lot of this, right? Because he was about the age of these kids, and this stuff's too hard, right?
Yeah.
But as part of preparation for this trial, I watched a lot of the body cams and surveillance footage, and I for the life of me can't fathom kind of the why they did what they did. Was it fog of war? Is it cowardice? And I think that's some of what I think they're going to contend in this trial, that it was cowardice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and whether cowardice is criminal, I don't know. And I think all officers put themselves in the position, and we're taught and we're trained, if it's your child, it's your loved one that's involved in that situation, treat each incident that we respond to it as if it's your family member that's involved. And how would you want the police to respond if it was your family member that was involved in that situation? And so I think we have an obligation to do the very best that we can to ensure the public that when we're faced with those types of situations, we have a duty to respond, and we will respond. And we will respond with the training that we've been provided, and go in and give the public confidence that when the police arrive on the scene, we're going to take care of business. We're going to do the things that we need to do in order to ensure the safety of everyone involved.
Do you think that the training improved after Uvalde?
I think there was, in some aspects, I do think so, because there was more of an emphasis placed on the fact that you have to have recognition that when you arrive on the scene as the first responder and you're the first person there, you have that scene. You're the incident commander. You're in control, and you have to take charge and direct troops in a manner that is going to expeditiously allow us to get inside the location and do what we need to do to keep everybody safe. And I know that there was emphasis put on that, but to me, in my opinion, there seemed to be a heavier emphasis placed on that. And maybe that's because in this particular situation, the people who should have been in control said they weren't in control, and people in responding said they didn't know who was in charge of the scene. And so there's a leadership failure there. and there's a failure to recognize that when you're there, you're the first responder, who's actually calling the shots and who's in control.
And that training, okay, we see the judge back on the bench, and I'm expecting this break will end pretty soon. Then we'll have this next witness. I'm not clear on who this witness is and how they connect. I'm hoping that it's going to take us. I keep hoping for body cams in this part because I want to see that. And let me see. I'm trying to look and see who this person might be, and I'm not sure who it is. They were talking about photos, so I don't know. We didn't really get a sense of like how this person might connect to the case.
Right.
But prior to Uvalde, the alert training, that active shooter training was not mandatory.
It was not mandatory. It was suggested. And there were a lot of agencies that were taking advantage of that training and going through the training, recognizing the importance of it. But certainly the state mandated it. And even without it being mandated, I feel confident that if you looked at any police agency across the state, most agencies had taken part in that training, recognizing the seriousness of it and trying to be as responsive as they could to their communities, having officers trained in the event of an active shooter, because we're talking about a school situation now, but really an active shooter situation could take place.
It could be a mall.
It could be a mall. It could be anywhere, right? And so police agencies, I think for a long time, have recognized the need to be prepared for an active shooter event. So whether the training was mandated or not, agencies were doing it in just trying to be prepared for a situation. But certainly the state, after Uvalde came in and mandated it, and mandated specifically alert training.
Obviously, you go through the training, but how is it important to like train on the training, right? I mean, if you just go to training once, and how does it?
Absolutely, training. Training has to be repetitive. It's something that we have to do all the time, and again, not with just the people in our agency, but with the other agencies that could be responding, making sure that we have clear communication channels, that we can talk to other agencies that are coming through. That was one of the criticisms with 9/11, and even to some extent that we saw in Colorado. So we've taken a lot of great steps to overcome interoperability, to give agencies the opportunity or the ability to talk to one another through the radio, because that's critically important too. When you have first responders that are showing up on the scene, people all on the same radio channels, hearing the same information, talking to each other on the same radio channel, so they are in a better position to direct resources where they need to be. And we don't have communication gaps, if you will, so that there's opportunities for misinformation or lack of information flowing to the people coming to the scene.
Well, and obviously one of the biggest pieces of misinformation was that they had a barricaded person on their hands.
Right. Yeah. And I think if the correct assessment was made early on what that was, we may have seen a different response. Hopefully we would have seen a different response. And so those people who are arriving on the scene an hour in, 45 minutes later, they obviously were getting incorrect information. But again, that's leadership's responsibility to correctly assess the situation. There was leadership on the scene well before some of those other officers arrived that should have made the correct assessments so that we would have seen a different response.
Okay, when we're getting a live look at Adrian Gonzalez. It's always interesting to me when you watch these cases, there's really no, when you're the defendant, if you smile, you're not taking it seriously. If you cry, you're being melodramatic. So he's been pretty stoic throughout this whole thing. And no matter which side of the equation you fall on about what you think should happen to him, this has got to be It's difficult
Yeah.
for everybody.
Oh, it's difficult for everybody, and you know his life is on the line in terms of his ability, um,
His freedom.
his freedom, his ability to live in society, and so I would imagine there's a lot going on in his mind, replaying the situation, replaying the scene right now, uh, and you know, and maybe wondering, should I have done something different? You know.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that something should have been done differently.
Well, I think so too. You know,
You know.
but I imagine he's replaying that in his mind, though.
So somebody's asking, so is James saying Gonzalez was or was not that leadership? What you're saying is that at the moment when he's the only officer on the scene, he is the incident
Yeah,
commander.
when you arrive on the scene, you're the first officer on the scene. You are the incident commander. You are the person in every training that we attend in terms of active shooter response. The first officer on the scene is the incident commander. He is in charge. He is leadership until he passes that off to somebody else or a supervisor arrives on the scene and takes that from him.
Which in that case would have been Arredondo
Yes,
arriving on scene
right.
and becoming the,
Right.
you know, the,
But there's I want to be clear, there's a transfer of power, and that transfer happens on the radio so that everybody knows that the leadership transfer
so even
is
if
taking
you're
place.
even if you're the rank and file officer, there has to be an actual like verbal.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You know, because for the officers arriving on the scene, according to our training, we understand that the first officer on the scene is in command. He's the leader until
Because at that point, he's the one who knows the most.
he knows the most, and he's the one that's directing troops and directing the scene. And so, so we have to be very clear in our communication on a scene. If we are no longer the incident commander, everybody that's listening on that radio has to understand who the incident commander is, and so that's why we do that on the radio, so everybody knows who to take direction from in that type of situation.
You know, and I think once we get to, we don't know when the former chief's trial will be, but it'll be very interesting because he is the chief. Yeah. And you got to feel that that trial will have a different shape because he was the chief, the man
Yes.
in charge of that police department.
Yeah. And, you know, as the police chief, when you arrive on the scene, whether you say it or not, you are in charge. It's your scene. You're the chief. And so there should be a transfer of power over the radio. And you can arrive on the scene and allow that officer to continue to be the incident commander. But at some point in time, there needs to be a transfer of power because he can't be a responder trying to neutralize a suspect and also being a commander of the scene, because there are all sorts of other responsibilities, staging, all sorts of other responsibilities that are going on at that time that obviously he can't take care of because he's trying to advance and take care of the shooter. But going back to what we said earlier, if you're the first person on the scene, you are the incident commander until you are relieved of duty or relieved of that responsibility, I should say, and somebody else takes it over.
Well, you know, you hope and pray that nothing like Uvalde ever happens again. I mean, you'd love to have no school shootings, but sadly that doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, that's probably not realistic in today's, times. But what we do hope is that the response from first responders, from police officers, is that we do a much better job. And I think you've seen multiple incidents and multiple responses since that time, and law enforcement has gotten it right. There's been all of the things that we talked about. Those things have happened with efficiency, and we've taken care of business as a law enforcement community, a group. And why this failed, there are a lot of reasons why it failed, but we haven't seen that as an issue, a continual issue, or issue broader than what happened in this particular case.
Do you struggle with the idea of an officer being charged in this with, obviously there's no doubt this violated the training. This was a catastrophic police response. But what are your thoughts on just the concept of an officer being criminally tried for, because this is the first police officer to be tried in the state of Texas under this statute for this type of thing?
Yeah. I have very mixed feelings about that. On the one hand, there were a lot of people who died.
19 kids,
yeah,
2 teachers.
Yeah. And so it's just egregious to me, the response or lack of that allowed that situation to happen. Whether or not it's criminal, I don't know.
That's for a jury to decide.
That's for a jury to decide, But obviously, we just cannot have that type of response ever again, ever.
No, it was watching those body cams, I kept wanting to just say to them, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, why are you standing here? Why have you decided this is a barricaded person? I don't understand.
Yeah.
You've decided this is a barricaded person in the face of information that would indicate it is not a barricaded person.
Yeah. And as an officer and as a parent, that weighs on you too when you arrive at a scene like that and know that you have the ability to impact and save people's lives. And so why that didn't rise to a level of action, I don't understand. I don't know.
Well, and one of the things we heard yesterday was that the kids are taught to, the teachers are taught, lock the door, keep all the kids quiet, shut the windows. And so there's been some discussion that, law enforcement's not hearing the kids scream. Well, they're not hearing the kids scream because the kids are being told
right.
to not make a noise.
Right.
And it seemed, and also, we had testimony from several teachers yesterday, really that were describing what sounded to me like acts of heroism on their part. One teacher, well, this particular testimony was part of the testimony that got thrown out was that Stephanie Hale describing that the kids got safety scissors,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Because they were going to come up with some kind of plan for, and you hear those stories. And then I suspect at some point we're going to get the compare and contrast.
Yeah. But what I think about is there were kids from my understanding of this that were inside the classroom calling 911. There was information that they were relaying to dispatchers that would indicate that people are inside the room bleeding and dying.
Right.
That's an indication that we got to move. We have to act, that we have to do what we do in law enforcement to save those people from dying. So why they did not act, I think they had all the information that was necessary that they should take into consideration to make those actions, and they failed to act on it. So if that information is indeed correct, that there were 911 calls or calls being placed, and kids were talking about injuries they had sustained, they were talking about bleeding, there were teachers that were talking.
Well, and you had teachers making phone calls
talking about that.
Now, what we don't know is what
we don't know is we know the calls came in. We don't know if that information was relayed. At least I don't know. If that
we don't know what was relayed yet.
What was relayed, to the officers on the scene. And so I think that's something that's important to take into consideration too. And again, as it relates to this individual that's on trial, what information did he know? When did he know it? And what did he do with that information? Did he act on it? Did he sit on it? What did he do with the information that was readily available to him, or that he observed personally? And what did he do with that information? Did he act on it? Did he sit on it? What did he do?
Well, one of the things I'll be curious about is, do we see Adrian Gonzalez testify?
That's a good question. I know I'm not first of all, I'm not an attorney. I'm not an attorney. And
Neither am I.
I can't advise on that, but I think it'll be very interesting to see what his attorney advises or what he allows in this situation. If he feels like it's going to hurt him, or if it feels like that could, actually help him in his effort to not be convicted of any type of crime here.
Now, in my experience with officers on trial, they typically have testified, but that has been officers that shot and killed somebody, like the Amber Geiger case,
Right.
Aaron Dean, cases of that nature. We've typically seen them testify.
I think we're in uncharted territory here. These are uncharted waters.
Yeah, because one of the attorney I had on yesterday said that based on what she had seen so far, she would not recommend her client to testify.
Right. And that's fair. So it will be interesting to me to see if they allow that or if they pass on that. And that could be an indicator, if you will, about how the defense feels about his culpability in all of this.
Now, with your police department and other police departments, especially in school districts, did y'all play body cams of what happened at Uvalde, or how was the, how did the word go out in terms of, because I mean, obviously there was changes in training, but.
Yeah, I don't know that we played any body cam, because I don't know if that any of that footage, other than what was released in the news media anyway, was available to anybody. But there was certainly a lot of conversation around the response. And I think there was a lot of reiteration of the expectation that we have of officers when they respond to those types of situations. And I know myself personally, we had conversations with every officer, making sure that they were clear on the expectation. And I don't know that we would have had a situation like that in my agency or in the city that I worked in. I just don't see that as a realistic possibility. And when I talked to the officer, there was anger with
the
officer.
Mad.
Yeah, there was anger with the officers because nobody could understand why there was a failure to act. And so I think police officers take their job very seriously. They understand the risk. They know they're there to act. They know they're there for a purpose. And so when we see that not happen, we take that very seriously as well, in terms of ensuring that we don't have a repeat of those same types of situations in our own communities. And we want the community to know, and I know I personally got out and talked to some citizen groups and talked to people connected with the school district to assure them that you would not see that type of response with our police agency. And I was sure that we would not see that type of response from the municipal agencies in that area, because I don't know, it just doesn't, it runs contradictory to every kind of training that we've had.
Well, Rebecca just texted me, Rebecca Lopez. She's on her way back from Corpus, and she said, listening to your coverage on the way back, I do believe that some of those body camera footage videos, you can hear the officers talking about the 911 calls coming in from kids.
Okay.
So she thinks they did know. I guess the question is, at what point did they know? But it's still, I don't know. But even if they didn't know, they knew. They're in a school.
They're in a school, and we know shots were fired inside that school. And but what I don't know is what information was relayed to the responding officers that were coming. What information was relayed to the school district officers and the municipal officers who were there. I have not heard what information that they knew. And that is important to take into consideration. But it's also important from my standpoint anyway, to understand that we knew, based on the things that we saw, the things that we observed, we even saw camera footage from inside the school of officers advancing on the classroom and being fired at.
Which seems like plenty of information.
It seems like a lot of information to indicate that there's a need to go in and neutralize this suspect. And I don't believe that we took advantage as a law enforcement community, as a law enforcement group, took advantage of every opportunity that we had to do that. I think we We didn't have every piece of information.
You don't
but
have
we
to
had,
have all the
but we had
information.
enough information.
Yeah.
We had enough information to act, and that didn't happen.
Yeah, it's difficult to understand. I don't know. It was, and at points you had hundreds of police officers out there. Hundreds.
Yeah.
And it boggles the mind how you end up with what we ended up with.
Yeah, it does. It's mind-boggling, and nobody in my circle could understand it. It didn't make sense. All the indicators were there to us who were not on the scene, who were watching this from afar. The indicators were there to us that this should have been an action. There should have been an immediate action. And so we were all scratching our heads too as to why that didn't take place. And to hear the police chief say that he was not in control, he was not in charge of his scene, it's just baffling.
Okay, Lopez is continuing to text me, which is very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
She says, according to timelines released by the Texas Department of Public Safety and reported widely, an acting Uvalde police lieutenant was informed around 12:12 that a child called 911 saying the room's full of victims and relayed that information to officers on site. Those 911 calls from inside, some from the same student making repeated pleas, show that law enforcement had knowledge from dispatch and radio communications that children were alive and in danger. Rebecca she did the story where she went through all the body cams. And I was more focused on the story I did on Adrian Gonzalez. So there was definitely information. I mean,
oh yeah, and if that's true, and I'm assuming it is, there's no.
But even before that, they had enough information.
Even before that, they had enough information. So we can't say that they didn't have the information to act, because they did. And so that's just a mystery. And again, maybe, you and I talked earlier, and maybe the thought process defaulted to a type of response that we hadn't seen since Columbine, where we knew that waiting on a tactical team to respond in order to take action is outdated response, and we know that can be catastrophic in terms of loss of life and everything else that goes along with that. So there's really just no excuse for it. There's really no excuse.
Well, and so that's at 12:12. They don't enter the classroom till 12:50.
Right.
That's a long time. I mean, even if you could justify the initial response of, which I don't think you can, you wait another 38 minutes?
No. It's debatable whether or not that officer should have gone in by himself. I can see waiting on a team. It doesn't take that long for a team to get there. I can see waiting for a team, other first responders to get there from other agencies or your own, to put together a team, but immediately go into that school, immediately go in there to protect lives and to save people. Because again, we're there to stop the killing and to save lives and protect lives.
Well, there's the officers that enter from that side. I believe that's the west side. And then there's officers that enter. There's also footage of officers entering from the other side, and also coming under fire. So it's kind of right around simultaneous that's happening, is my understanding.
Yeah. Well, you certainly don't want to be in a crossfire situation, but, we can quickly resolve that issue on the scene by communication and coordination of our resources and putting together a plan how we're going to execute. So that's easy enough to overcome. And again, we saw the footage from the school camera of them advancing to the classroom, and then they drew fire.
Which is early on.
Which is very early on. They retreated. And in my opinion, at that point, they should have put together another plan and executed that plan. There are plans that would involve distractions that could have taken place, but you got to get into that room. you have the recognition that you have a gunman in there with a rifle who's fired multiple shots. We know, based on the information that's come to us, we know that he's fired shots going up to the school building, and that he shot other people.
Well, he shot a school employee.
Yeah.
You know, he's fired shots at the funeral home workers.
Right.
I mean, it's
so that's
like,
information. Yeah, that's information that law enforcement has, and so that information alone is enough to justify their actions.
Yeah. So since then, well, how many police officers did Cedar Hill ISD have?
When I left, we had 14.
How many schools?
12.
So y'all have an officer at each school
Campus.
then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how important is that to have an officer at each? I know that was mandated by the state, right?
Yeah,
After all this.
Yeah, it's mandated, but it's critical in my opinion. You want a police officer there. You want an officer who has the ability to communicate with other first responders. Our radios have interoperability capabilities, as I mentioned earlier, so that we can talk to Dallas PD, Duncanville PD, Cedar Hill PD, DeSoto PD, Texas Rangers. So we have the ability with our radios to communicate with other law enforcement agencies. And again, in a situation like that, time is working against you. And so we want to have the ability to get accurate information, get that information out as quickly as possible so that the first responders coming have the ability to assemble teams, get inside the facility and locate the individual and hopefully neutralize that individual so that we can, again, stop the killing and stop the dying.
Now, at the time of the Uvalde shooting, massacre, did y'all already have an officer at each school?
No, we did not. We were successful in passing a Vader election, and that allowed us a Vader.
To explain, you're gonna have to explain to folks what a Vader is.
Well, that's a tax that allows a school district to gain extra money in order to for personnel. So it allowed us to have additional money to come in to fund hiring additional officers, because and we did it. We knew it was coming down the pike. We knew that we, of course, keeping up with the legislation, and knew we were going to have officers.
Was that just for law enforcement, or was that for? I mean, that tax was that.
That was just for that was a school district that passed that for officers on our campuses.
Okay.
You know, I'm not a school finance expert.
No, I understand.
But I do know that passing that election allowed us to have the funds to hire the additional officers, so that we had an officer on each campus.
What did y'all have prior to that?
We had officers assigned to the secondary campuses, and then we would respond to the elementary campuses as needed. So once we passed the Vader, then we were able to provide officers at the elementary campuses.
Well, and that's part of what happened here was Adrian Gonzalez is assigned to the elementary, not the elementary school, the high school.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not an officer assigned to Robb Elementary at the time of this shooting.
Correct. And so I think the state recognized that as a need. And so they mandated that it happen. And again, prior to that happening, we knew it was coming. And so we took the steps as a district in order to have officers at every campus. And so we elected to go with police officers, not marshals, not guardians, not security officers, because those police officers have the ability to have a police radio that's, in my opinion, critical in terms of time in a response, in an emergency response. And so we want them to have the ability to talk to other first responders, because again, like I've said before, time works against you in that situation. And so we want them to have the ability to be able to talk and have all the training and all the equipment that's needed from law enforcement on site and not waiting to get there.
Well, Rebecca Lopez is on her way back from Corpus Christi, and she's going to join us by video call. Rebecca?
Yeah, Tanya, I was listening to y'all's coverage, and I did go through all the 911 tapes, and in those the 911 tapes as well as the body camera footage, and you could hear officers on scene saying, "We need to get in there. Some kids called 911. They say they need help. There's little kids," and you can hear the officers. They know, and there's times when you even hear the officer saying, "I can hear the kids in the classroom. We need to get in." Yet still no one took action. So like you, I was frustrated listening to those calls and to the body camera footage because they had a lot of information and they knew that children were still alive and they knew that there were children and teachers bleeding to death inside those classrooms. So they definitely had that information and they knew about the 911 calls. And in fact, his wife is in one of the classrooms and he's saying, "My wife called me, she's injured." And he tells them that at the scene as well. So 911 calls, but there were people calling their loved ones saying they needed help. And that was being relayed to the officers on the scene.
Yeah, that's right. And that particular officer that you're talking about, he gets disarmed. They take him out of the building and disarm him. And his wife is one of the 2 teachers that gets killed.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
I do know that.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's just incredible. That's incredible to hear. That's incredible to make sense of because it's just contradictory to all the training and all the learning, I guess, if you will, that officers are taught and that we go through as law enforcement officers. And so I just don't understand it.
Well, I
wanted to ask, I'm sorry, I wanted to jump in here real quickly, Tyson. I wanted to ask James, because one of the things during jury selection that the prosecutors brought up, they said that there are special duties for school resource officers who are on scene or who arrive on the scene. Now, Adrian Gonzalez wasn't specifically assigned to Robb Elementary, but he was there at times part-time, and that there are special duties under the law that requires school resource officers to protect the students. And that is one of the reasons that prosecutors are saying that they are trying Adrian Gonzalez on these charges.
Yeah. In school-based law enforcement training that officers go to, and just in general, I think, we have an obligation to protect the public, and we have an obligation to do everything that we can to the best of our ability to act. And so, and obviously that was a failure. And I think where we're at with this whole thing is just whether or not this borders or crosses a threshold that is criminality involved. And you can't escape the fact that 19 people died.
19 kids, two teachers.
2 teachers. I mean, and that's just, that's inexcusable. That's inexcusable behavior. That's, and I don't know any other way to say it. We support our people in law enforcement in times when we don't necessarily get it right, but the egregiousness of this is something that just gives law enforcement nationally a black eye, and nobody can understand it. There's been no plausible explanation that I've heard. The incorrect assessment of it being a barricaded person was an incorrect assessment, and I don't even understand, just listening to the information that has come forward, how that interpretation was made, because we have other factors that are present that would suggest otherwise. And so I think all the indicators were there. We had information as law enforcement that would give us plenty of justification to take action and to move in a manner that is going to save those individuals involved. And why that did not happen, I think is a mystery for everybody. Everybody is scratching their heads about that and can't explain it. So thank you, Rebecca, for chiming in with that, because that's critical information that I think people need to understand and put in the right context to understand why we're here.
Yeah, and that's the
Well,
struggle.
other thing that I was not, I'm sorry. The other thing that I was wondering is that there were commanders from DPS and the law enforcement that had a lot more training even than the Uvalde police officers. They led, I believe one of them like trained on point. So that's also fascinating to me. And again, yes, he also
I think we're losing Rebecca a little bit, but I think
high ranking. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're losing you.
But I think what she was saying, there was other people there who had a lot more training and were more high ranking, who could have taken charge from Arredondo. I think that's what she was talking about.
Absolutely. And again, what I don't know is what information they had. You know, were they acting on the fact that they had been told this is a barricaded person, and they didn't have the other information that was relayed to the local law enforcement from the Uvalde Police Department, who was relaying that information to the Uvalde Police and to the school district police. So I don't know what information that dispatch had and how they relayed that to DPS and the other agencies. And that's one of the reasons that we talk about interoperability and the criticalness and the importance of that, is so that everybody is getting the right information, so the right decisions can be made on the scene from supervisors, from supervision, to enable actions to take place. And so it'll be interesting to as this unfolds, to understand what the DPS commanders or all the other commanders, not necessarily singling out DPS, but all the other commanders from the other agencies who responded, what did they know when they got there, and how did they find that information out? Did the information from 911 get to them about the teachers and the kids and what they were saying? You know, did they have that information? And if so, when did they get it?
Well, Rebecca's back, and so we're going to let her jump in, because as much as we can. Oh, we've lost her. Well, we want Rebecca because she's really good, and it's always good. She's got different perspective, and she's been in Corpus for most of the week, so she's got different perspectives than those of us who are up here from afar. What would call it, doing the gavel to gavel coverage as we've been watching this. And she has been in the courtroom the last few days with these families as they've been. We're talking about this in terms of like, what did the officers know? When did they know it? But from the family's perspectives, all they know is their kids are dead.
Yeah.
Their kids are dead, and there was a failure of law enforcement, and nothing's going to bring my kid back.
Right. And they want accountability, and they deserve accountability, because when we have failures like this, we got to make sure that this never happens again. And we saw the mayor, I think, get elected to a state office and allowed some things to pass into law. He's taken action as he can from his vantage point to ensure that we don't have another repeat. And I think from a law enforcement perspective, law enforcement is doing the same thing. I recently went to a police chief school, and there was more of an emphasis being placed on from a supervision standpoint, what do you do? And actually walking through with mock scenarios in that type of a situation, walking them through setting up staging areas. How do you communicate and ensure that communication is getting dispersed to everybody that it needs to? So there's been more of an emphasis placed on that, on a supervisor's actual role and what they do. And then not just talking about it, right, but actually putting them through
kind of role playing,
role playing the scenarios out in real time, using AI technology to kind of role play that out in real time, and it's dynamic training, and I think it's training that needs to take place, and it provides a little bit different perspective. For those people who, as we talked about earlier, you go through the training. How often do you go through this training? How often are you put in a situation where you have to take command? And so we want to put people in that position more often so that they know what to do and they default back to the type of training that they've had.
And folks, I'm going to say out loud, if you've got questions for James, put them in the chat. I'm watching the chat. So, you know, obviously he was a retired chief of a local school district. So he's got perspectives that I think are really helpful. And I realize this trial is about Adrian Gonzalez, but part of the reason I wanted you to come on was so we could speak more globally beyond just Adrian Gonzalez.
Sure.
And what a sea change Uvalde was for law enforcement. And so that was the kind of, and so that was my thought process for having you on. And going forward, let me back up to that police chief's training. How critical is it for that kind of training to happen? Because if you don't, I'm trying to remember the terminology, because it has to become second nature, right?
It has to become second nature, and that's why, and that's what I've been saying. It has to be. It's what you default to. If you don't do anything else, you know how you practice is how you play, and so we want to practice as many times as possible, so that when you're actually in the game, you default back to your training. You default to how you practice. And it's second nature. You don't have to think about it. And that's emphasized throughout the training that law enforcement does. It needs to become second nature. So you're not thinking about it. You're not taking time. You're not pausing to think about what I do next. It's instinctive. And that's what we're trying to drill down into every officer, every agency that is charged with the responsibility to respond to these kinds of situations where it is second nature, and we don't have to think about it.
Someone asked, how many active shooter situations have you been in?
Probably 3.
Okay.
You know, and so in
I'm
each
gonna
of those.
forewarn you, these photographs are going to
here we go. We got the judge.
Okay.
Shocking and gruesome. And if anybody wants to step out, you are welcome to step out. But we cannot have any displays in front of the jury. So I'm forewarning you, these are not going to be pleasant to look at. And I'm sorry, you're going to have to look at them just like I had to. But if you want to step out, you are welcome to. All right, so let's proceed. Bring the jury in.
All right, so jury.
Okay, please be seated in the courtroom. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for your patience. Again, there are certain matters that have to be taken up outside your presence, and we appreciate you understanding that. Please don't hold it against either side. So with that, this witness has been sworn outside your presence, so you may proceed when you're ready.
Would you state your name, please?
Juan Torres.
And Mr. Torres, what do you do for a living?
I am retired. Currently, I work for the State Department, and I work in Honduras right now.
You work for the State Department in Honduras.
Yes.
And when did you retire?
I retired in April of 2024.
What did you do before you retired?
I was, my last 11 years, I was a Texas Ranger.
And before you were a Texas Ranger, what did you do?
Well, in 1995, I started the academy. I was a state trooper for 8 years. I then went to become a Highway Patrol sergeant in El Paso for 5 years.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. What was that?
I was a Highway Patrol sergeant
Highway Patrol.
in El Paso for 5 years. I worked narcotics for about 5 years, and then I finished my career as a Texas Ranger the last 11 years.
Okay. And what did you do as a Texas Ranger? Did you have specific assignments?
I was a Leica 3D scanner. I was a firearms instructor. I attended the National Forensics Academy in Tennessee for 10 weeks in 2016. I was a crime scene instructor as well.
And so as a result of that, did you also work crime scenes?
I've worked many crime scenes. Yes.
And have you worked mass shooting crime scenes?
I've worked 4 mass shooting crime scenes.
And what 4 were those?
Sutherland Springs in 2016, the Walmart shooting in El Paso in 2019, the Odessa mass shooting in 2019, and Uvalde.
Those are the 4 that you've worked.
Yes.
So mass shootings have become part of law enforcement. Is that correct?
I'm just going to object to any mention of any other shootings or anything like that, and continuing on this line of questioning.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
And you did work the Uvalde?
Yes, I did.
Crime scene, is that correct?
Yes.
And when did you arrive?
I arrived on the 24th around 11 o'clock at night. And then the 25th, a little after 7 in the morning, is when we had our briefing and started working.
And during the briefing, did you get an assignment?
I was assigned to be the photographer.
And the photographer where?
For room 111.
Did the crime scene units break up into different teams?
Yes, so like I know 112 had a different team, the hallway had a different team. Once I got assigned to room 111, I stayed there and I basically just stayed in my lane.
Okay, so basically you were in room 111.
Yes.
And would you give us a general description of room 111?
When we got there, the room was in disarray. There was some markings in the room. There was a lot of shell casings. There was a lot of blood swipes, and the weapon was in the closet.
Okay. And did you photograph the weapon of the gunman?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as to the cartridge casings, did you photograph the cartridge casings?
Yes, I did.
And so shots were being fired inside room 111?
Yes, there was.
And were there results of those shots in the room also?
Yes.
And are casings implanted within that blood?
Yes.
So some of the photographs we see of casings, that's where you saw them?
Yes.
And that's where you picked them up?
Yes.
As part of a crime scene, do you also document then the pathways, if you can, of the bullet?
Yes.
And did you do that?
I assisted with that part.
You took photographs of that too?
Yes.
And does that include those rods showing the directionality?
Yes, they are.
In addition to casings, was there anything, casings and a weapon, was there any other part of a weapon that you recovered there in room 111?
There was bullet fragments, bullets, unspent cartridge cases, and a Hellfire that's attached to the weapon.
The Hellfire trigger system?
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a little bit. What kind of weapon was it?
It was a down defense M4.
And are you familiar with that weapon?
It's the same weapon that the department carries.
The department carries the same weapon?
Yes.
And is it an automatic, semi-automatic, or is it a revolver type weapon that maintains the casings?
It's a semi-automatic.
And so when it is fired, does it eject casings?
Yes, it does.
And is that what you were recovering out there?
Yes, we were.
And how is the ammunition fed into the weapon?
Through a magazine.
Did you recover magazines at the scene?
Yes, we did.
And were they full or empty?
Some were full, some were empty, some were damaged.
Okay. And what was the size of the magazines? How much would they hold?
I believe they hold 30 rounds.
Each
one.
And have you had a chance to review exhibits 317 through 486 before coming here today?
Yes.
And are each of those exhibits fair and accurate representations of the crime scene as you saw it?
Yes, they are.
And is it fair to say that because of the casings, they're in blood also? Is that correct?
Yes, they are.
May we display it now, Your Honor? Those exhibits to the jury.
Yeah, Your Honor, I have something I'd like to approach on with that.
Okay.
to exhibit 319. Excuse me, exhibit 317. Could you tell us what room that you work on at Robb Elementary?
Yes, in it.
You know,
It should be room 111.
and would you point that out again so that we can all see that? So would that be on the east side of the fourth grade wing?
Yes, it would.
And so the west side of the fourth grade wing,
Yes.
if there's been testimony of people being evacuated from the west side of that wing, that would be on the opposite side of room 111,
Yes, it would.
where you found this room with all of the cartridges in the blood. Is that
Yes,
correct?
correct.
And State's Exhibit 318. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is the outside of the east wing. And
So it's
windows.
starting to show us the outside of the east wing. And is there a white patrol car in that photograph?
yes, there is.
Would you point that out for us? And State's Exhibit 319, does that move down the east wing?
Your Honor, I'd just like to, I mean, he's pointed out a white patrol car, that was not my client's, it's not on Pages. And he didn't. I think that has a tendency to make them believe, make the jury believe that it's my client. I think he should explain that patrol car.
It will be explained in full, Your Honor.
Okay.
That was one of the-
I'll overrule the objection at this time. You can proceed.
And State's Exhibit 319,
Yes.
excuse me, would you go back to 319? Can you see a defect in a window in Exhibit 319?
Yes.
Would you point that out for the jury? And State's Exhibit 320. Does that close in on that defect?
Yes.
And Exhibit 321. Thank you. You can have a seat. Would you tell the jury whether or not that was that defect in that window, whether or not that defect was part of room 111?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so one shot came through the window on the east side of the building.
Yes.
And then did you, I want to orient the jury as to room 11, so let's move to Exhibit 322. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
That's the front door to room 111.
And what condition did you find it in?
Had bullet holes and bullet holes through the window. There was one bullet hole through the door, and another indentation through the door.
And State's Exhibit 323, does that also show that it's classroom 111 in a close-up of the damage done to the?
Yes, it does.
And then as we open the door and start our way inside, would you describe what we see in Exhibit 325?
That's the inside. That's the inside of the room 111. Doors closed. You can see bloody drag marks going out of room 111.
And is there a piece of either weaponry or ammunition in that exhibit?
Yes. There's the magazine and a few shell casings.
Okay. And are the shell casings marked?
Yes, they are.
How are they marked?
They're marked with yellow arrows and orange arrows.
Okay. Could you tell us then how you went about, what were the steps you took in processing this crime scene?
Initially, we went in as a team. Our team leader gave us a brief of the room. We tried to identify as many defects, as much evidence as we could identify before we started marking or anything else. Then I went in by myself and started doing the overall pictures on the entire room.
And the small yellow markers, is that the only markers that y'all had for recovering the cartridges?
Yes.
Okay. Did you thereafter use orange tints, bigger markers?
When we got there, we started using orange markers and orange tints.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 326, does this kind of start a rotation look around the room?
Yes, it does.
Give us an idea of the entire picture. So Exhibit 326, could you tell us what we're looking at?
It's a bookshelf. The same magazine is in the same picture. There's yellow markings identifying bullets or spent cartridge cases.
And State's Exhibit 327.
Again, there's a bookshelf with yellow markers marking spent shell casings along with blood.
And Exhibit 329.
That's a easel board that's been damaged. There's bullet defects in the easel board.
And does that show continuation down that wall, the left wall, if you walk into the
Yes, it does.
room? And is there a doorway in that photograph?
There's partial doorway in that photograph. Yes, there is.
And tell us about that doorway.
That's the closet where the gunman was killed.
And is that on the right-hand side?
It's on the right-hand side.
And on the left-hand side, was there a connecting doorway between 111 and 112?
Yes, there is. That's the door between the wall that would connect 111 and 112.
So you could move from 111 to 112 if the doorway is open.
Correct.
And is that shown on the left-hand side of the photograph?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 331. Excuse me, 330. Is this a continuation down now the second wall?
Yes, it is.
And what do we see there?
We have the sink. We have the closet where the gunman was found deceased. The weapon is in the background.
Would you point out the weapon, where the weapon was?
Well, it's right here.
And were you there when the gunman was there?
No, I was not.
Okay, so you can't tell us where the gunman was in relationship to the weapon.
No, I cannot.
Thank you. Exhibit 331.
Again, it's a continuation of the room. There's a desk, bunch of papers, a wall, and there's a flat screen TV that's been shot as well.
Excuse me, you said two things have been shot?
The wall's been shot, and the television, the flat screen television, has been shot in that picture as well.
Okay. And showing you exhibit 334.
So now I'm in the other corner of the room and just taking an overall photograph. There's sunglasses. There's one magazine that I can see, and some markers in there at the bottom where the shell casings are found as well.
And earlier in your presentation, you told us about one of the windows was penetrated.
Yes.
Is that the window on the right-hand side?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 335. Could you describe that for us?
That's a continuation of the same room, same wall, into the other wall. Again, it shows the television. The desks are in array, and the beginning of the whiteboard on the other wall.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the absence of blood along this western wall of room 111?
Yes, it is.
And exhibit 336.
That's the whiteboard on that wall. You can see the chairs are thrown around. Backpack on top of the desk.
And is there still an absence of blood along this side of the wall?
Correct. There's an absence of blood.
But now, as we head to the corner of that room, does the scene change as far as the presence of blood?
It changes dramatically.
And how would you describe that?
A lot of bullet holes, a lot of shell casings covered in blood, a lot of bullet defects, perforations, penetrations, and just a lot of blood.
And that's what we're about to see now.
Yes, we are.
Showing you State's Exhibit 337. Could you describe what we're seeing here?
Again, that's that whiteboard on that wall. There's a basketball, a lot of shoe impressions. There's a tennis shoe covered in blood. You can start seeing the yellow markers that have already been put in place there for the Smith shell casings. And you can see the drag marks.
Okay, the children were all removed before you took any photographs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that indications of the children being removed?
Yes, it is.
And Exhibit 341, does it show an overall picture then of the hallway? Excuse me, 342.
Yes, it does.
Of this, of the corner.
Yes.
And is this the corner farthest from the windows as well as farthest from the door?
Yes, it is.
And is that where the preponderance of the blood was recovered?
Yes, it was.
Showing you State's Exhibit 343. Do you see blood there both on the floor as well as on the wall?
Yes, I do.
Would you point it out on the wall, please?
Blood spatter right here, along right here, and blood spatter right here.
And what is the structure that we're looking at that is in front of that wall?
That's the desk that the children were told to hide underneath and basically stay quiet.
Okay. So that's a desk all along that wall?
All along the wall. Yes, it is.
Thank you. Exhibit 344.
That's the continuing desk. It's a copy machine.
And are we now about to make the complete 360 rotation of the room?
360, yeah, that's the entry door on the right.
And once again, Exhibit 345, that would be the entry door.
Correct.
345?
Yes, that's the entry door.
Thank you. Now, one of the things that you determined not only is picking up cartridges, were you able to determine flight path of the path of the bullets after they left the gun?
Yes, I assisted with that.
Okay, and you photographed that?
And I photographed that as well.
And I want to direct your attention specifically to that far left corner that we just talked about, away from the door and away from the glass.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 351. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is where we're trying to mark the bullet defects and any corresponding bullet defects as well.
And how did you mark the bullet defects?
I didn't mark them, and I don't remember who marked them, but I know they were marked RBD and such number.
I guess I'm just asking what indicates on that photograph that there are markings for bullet defects?
The white stickers.
The white stickers?
Yes.
Each one marks a bullet defect?
Yes, it does.
Whether a full
or partial
bullet or a piece?
Or a piece, correct.
In addition to the wall, are there any bullet defects on that table or the decks that ran along that hallway wall?
There's going to be bullet defects on the table, bullet defects on the poles that are holding up the table and the side, the walls. There's bullet defects everywhere.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit 352. What are we looking at here?
This is where we started placing the rods into the bullet defects and also into the corresponding bullet defects.
And so that shows where the bullets entered the desk covering
the children,
that wall?
Yes.
And the children. State's Exhibit 355.
That's what we're looking at here.
It's the same thing. So you have stretcher rods going against that wall, and then also down where the desk is and behind the wall, behind the desk, into the wall.
So some shots penetrated the desk and then went in a downward angle.
In a downward angle, correct.
And on the wall, do you likewise have rods?
Yes, we do.
And do those also show directionality?
Yes.
And as to the rods on the left, could you explain those to us also?
So that's just the rod showing where, in the general area where the shooter was standing, because those rods going from right to left, and then the rods going into the desk and behind the wall are going from top down.
Top down?
So it's different angles.
So was the gun in a different position when those pathways were fired?
That's all objective, vague and speculation. I'm not really sure what he means by different position, and I don't know if this witness has to.
All right, can we rephrase it? I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you. You talked about these rods.
Yes.
And what do the rods describe?
It describes the position where the shooter was standing.
Okay. And so if we follow the rod up for some time, we can find the position of the shooter.
Yes.
And are those rods all consistent with the shooter standing in the same position to fire the shots that left those rod impressions?
Yes, they are.
In the same position?
As he's moving around.
Oh, as he's moving around.
Correct.
I guess what I'm saying is, are the rods to the left-hand side of the photograph, is the position of the gun in a different position than when it is shooting down?
Correct. Yes, they are.
Sorry, didn't make a very good question there. And exhibit 356. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
Again, the same bullet defects starting from the top to the bottom. And so the bullets defects on top of the table down to the bottom of the wall. We didn't notice this before until afterwards, but the rod that is pointing down actually fell, and nobody caught it until afterwards when we were reviewing the pictures as well.
So that's not an accurate depiction of the pathway of the bullet?
Not that rod.
Okay. But nonetheless, as well as the rods, does that also accurately show the blood spatter on the wall behind and underneath that desk?
Yes, it does.
State's Exhibit 357.
Again, so they have the rods going top left down, and that same rod has still not been corrected.
Okay. And then at the very top of that photograph, what do we see there?
On the top left, there's a LOL.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the top rod, the pink rod.
Yes.
They said I said 315. I go from 382 to 383. Could you describe that?
It's marker number 16 with a spent shell casing.
Okay. And the next exhibit?
Marker number 16 with a spent shell casing.
It's a close-up of it.
It's a close-up, yes.
And 385.
That's an overall. So we have 22, 17, 18, 19, and they are going to be spent shell casings as well.
And then do you close in and pick up each one of those exhibits individually?
Yes.
And our next exhibit, marker 17.
That's number 17 with an L scale, yes.
And marker 18, exhibit 386.
A spent shell casing with the L scale.
Exhibit 387.
It's be marker 19, spent shell casing with an L shell.
Exhibit 388.
It's gonna be number 21 and 20, spent shell casings.
And isn't that in a different location altogether in the room?
Yes, that's gonna be towards the back wall where the whiteboard is.
Where all the whiteboard was?
Yes.
Thank you. And exhibit 389.
That's a spent shell casing with the scale as well.
390.
That's spent shell casing with the L scale.
And 391.
That's an overall of 4 markers with spent shell casings.
Okay. And marker number 22. Next one, please.
That's a spent shell casing with a L scale marked as number 22.
Exhibit. I think I got these out of order. No. 392. What does that show us?
It's number 23.
And exhibit number 393.
Again, number 23, but that's a live unfired cartridge.
Exhibit 395.
It's number 24 with the spent shell casing with the L scale.
Exhibit 396.
Number 25 with the spent shell casing and the L scale.
397.
That's a spent shell casing.
Is it,
That's a
is it a
different-
different spell, shell casing?
Yes, it is.
Tell us the difference.
That's from a pistol. That's going to be from a semi-automatic pistol.
From a pistol?
Yes.
Did you recover any pistol on or about the gunman?
No.
Is this also the room that law enforcement eventually breached?
Yes, it is.
And did they carry within their own weapons?
Yes, they did.
Is this an indication that a weapon was fired other than the long rifle that the gunman had?
Correct.
And how would you characterize the weapon that fired this?
I don't know exactly what weapon they fired, but I know it's going to be a semi-automatic pistol.
A pistol, a
Yes.
handgun as opposed to a rifle?
Correct.
And exhibit 398.
It's a spent shell casing with the L scale.
399.
A spent shell casing with the L scale.
And 400.
Another spent shell casing in dry blood with the L scale.
Exhibit 401.
A spent shell casing in blood as well.
Exhibit 402.
It's another spent shell casing with L scale and blood.
And does exhibit 403 show general locations of the next exhibits?
Yes, it does.
Exhibit 404.
More spent cartridge casings as well.
Excuse me, I have this as exhibit 403. Make a note.
So 32 and 35 are shell casings as well.
And exhibit 404. That's all. Could you tell us what that is?
That's a spent shell casing with L scale.
And exhibit 405.
Another spent shell casing in blood with the L scale.
Exhibit 406.
A spent shell casing with the L scale.
And 47. 407, excuse me.
That's in
406 and 407.
L scale, and there's another casing on top.
And that was 33.
Probably.
Exhibit 408.
A spent shell casing, 2 spent shell casings, 3. There's 4 shell casings there.
4 shell
4.
casings there.
Yes.
And 409.
There's 2 spent shell casings in blood with the L scale.
410.
It's overall of the markers with spent shell casings as well.
And this is just north of that hallway wall
Yes.
toward the center of the room.
Yes.
411.
It's a spent shell casing with an L scale.
412.
That's another spent shell casing with the L scale.
Number 413.
That's 2 spent shell casings with the L scale.
414.
There's 3 spent shell casings in there with an L scale as well.
415.
There's 3 rifle shell casings and 1 pistol shell casing with L scale.
And would you point out the pistol shell casing? Indicating the pistol was fired now twice in that room.
Yes.
Thank you. Exhibit 416.
That's spent pistol shell casing.
That you just described.
Yes.
Exhibit 417.
2 spent rifle shell casings with L scale in blood.
And when you say spent shell casings,
They've been fired.
Just to be clear, that a gun has gone off, powder burned, causing an explosion, making sound.
Correct.
For each one of these cases.
For each one that's been, yes, it's been fired.
Exhibit 418.
Shell casings on top of the desk, marked 34 and 43.
And 419.
The spent shell casing in the box lid.
And 420.
More spent shell casings around the drag marks.
And exhibit 421.
More spent rifle shell casings with an L scale.
Exhibit 422.
5 spent shell casings with an L scale.
423.
The spent shell casing with the L scale.
424. 5.
A spent shell casing with blood and the L scale. 2 spent shell casings.
And 426.
A spent shell casing with an L scale.
427.
Spent shell casing with an L scale.
And 428. Excuse me.
More spent shell casings with an L scale.
I'm now on 429. What are we looking at here?
3 spent shell casings with an L scale and blood.
Okay, I think we're getting off on our presentation. That would be 4:30. That's 4:30. Okay. So 4:30 is 3 spent shell casings
Correct.
and exhibit 431.
They spent shell casing.
Could you point that out for us? Okay. And did you zero in on that exhibit 432?
I believe so. Yes, I did.
And exhibit 433?
Multiple spent shell casings.
So at some point, your marker started marking more than one spell casing, is that correct?
Yes.
Exhibit 434. Would you describe what we see here?
So there's a ruffle bag covered in blood, a spent shell casing with the L scale, and another spent shell casing on top that also has blood.
And exhibit 435.
A magazine right next to right below the rifle.
The rifle's at the top of that.
Yes.
And the next exhibit? I have that as 435.
It's a spent cartridge casing, rifle shell that has an L scale as well.
436. What are we looking at here?
Under the desk, under the chair, right next to the, I guess the arm of the chair, there's another spent shell casing marked as 55.
And 437. Excuse me, 439.
A spent rifle shell casing on the top of the desk.
And now 439.
That's the copy machine.
And on top of the copy machine, is there a basket?
On top of the basket, yes, there's one of a basket on top, but there's also a spent shell casing in the I guess drawer.
And for the record, that was exhibit 440 and 439.
The spent shell casing inside the basket.
And 441.
That's where I try to mark the spent shell casing inside the cabinet.
And did you zero in on that?
Yes, I did.
442.
To the top left corner of the 58.
And 443.
It shows the back of the cartridge where the primer struck where the firing
And did you
pin.
then change locations to the television?
Yes.
Showing you the next exhibit I have it as 443. Tell us what we're looking at here.
I can't see. I'm not sure if it's a bullet fragment or what it is next to number 59.
It's obvious not a share casing then. Is that
Correct. There's nothing.
So exhibit 444, close up of that 59 marker.
That's a bullet fragment with an L scale.
And exhibit 445. What does that show us?
Marker 16 and 50, and from this distance I can't.
So we now moved into collecting fragments
Correct.
in general.
In general.
So exhibit 446.
That's a bullet fragment with an L scale.
And before I get away from casings, let me ask you, your job is just to photograph them, is that correct?
Correct.
But were all of those casings gathered
Yes, they were.
and evaluated and analyzed as to which shots belong to the gunman's versus law enforcement?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
But that was not done by you.
No, it's not. Not at all.
Thank you. Exhibit 446. Excuse me, I guess that's 447.
What are we looking at
It's
here?
a bullet hole through the window.
Is that the same bullet hole that we saw at the very beginning of your presentation?
Yes.
448? What are we looking at here?
That's a, so you can see the torn rope for the blinds, and you also see a bullet impact
Into the blind of
into
that
the
window?
blind. Yes.
Thank you. 449?
It's
What do we
another
see here?
bullet impact, and you can see where the string was also struck by the bullet as well.
And exhibit 450.
That's another bullet impact
To the blind.
to the blind, correct?
Exhibit 451.
A scale with the bullet impact,
And 452.
a bullet fragment.
And where is it in relationship to those blinds you've just been describing?
It's at the bottom of the blinds.
453.
More bullet fragments. and
Marked at
blood.
62.
Marked at 62, yes.
454. Could you describe what we're looking at there?
That was a pool of blood. I see markers 28, 29, 27, and they're moving items out of the way so we can continue our search.
And underneath that sack, does it appear to be another cartridge casing?
Yes, there is.
States exhibit 455.
Three spent cartridge casings.
Marked at 63.
Correct.
456.
Spent cartridge casing by number 64.
457.
More of a close-up of a spent shell casing marked 64.
458.
Number 65 in the middle with the bloody tennis shoe in that picture with blood.
And 459.
A bullet fragment with an L scale.
And that's marked as 65.
That's 65.
460.
Number 66 with a spent cartridge casing.
461.
A close-up of number 66 with a spent shell casing and a L scale.
462.
A spent shell casing marked number 67.
463.
A spent shell casing marked 68.
469. Oh, it's 464. Excuse me, 464. The previous was 463, it's 464.
I see the marker. Until I zoom in, I won't be able to tell what I'm looking at.
Okay, let's look at the next one, 465.
It's a bullet fragment. Mark 69.
And exhibit 466.
That's a close-up of the bullet fragment.
467. Could you tell us what that is? Above the marker 70.
The spent shell casing in the seat.
And exhibit 468, is that a close-up of that?
Yes, it is.
469.
Overall of the closet after we started taking everything out and we left the markers there.
So exhibit 470.
A bullet fragment marked 75.
471.
I can see bullet marker 76 and 77.
And exhibit 472, does that close up on that?
Yes, there's a backpack with the water bottle on the side.
And exhibit 473 next to the backpack?
That's the bench shell casing.
And 474?
That's the bench shell casing inside the pocket of the backpack.
Exhibit 475?
Bullet fragments marked as 78.
476?
And overall, where we removed the copy machine, there's markers 79 and 80.
And does it also show 79 and 80?
Yes.
Exhibit 477?
A spent shell casing found behind that marker.
478?
It's a box with a spent shell casing inside it, number 81.
And 479?
Bullet fragments. That's a bullet fragment from 81.
480? Is that just a marker that shows
That's a marker right now.
fragment?
With a fragment problem.
481?
It's another marker with fragments.
And behind number 83, what appears to be, what are those objects behind 83?
It's like an orange, two orange cups that are like upside down, and there's a bullet impact right there.
Showing you exhibit 482?
That's the bullet impact with the shell casing and bullet fragment.
Exhibit 483?
Another spent shell casing marked 84.
484?
Where I zoomed in on that spent shell casing.
And 485? Excuse me, I'm going to stop at 484, back up. How long did it take for y'all to process this crime scene?
I was there for 3 days. I was sent back to El Paso, and the rest of the guys stayed there for, I'm assuming, another week, is what I think I remember.
And you said something about a Hellfire trigger system?
Yes.
Was it recovered during your photography?
No, it was not.
Did y'all, after taking the photographs, did y'all review the photographs before leaving the crime scene completely?
Yes, and so Ranger Brian Burney was reading my photographs, and in my overall photographs is where he saw the Hellfire trigger system, and that's how we knew, or that's how they knew to go to that grid in order to recover it.
And so did y'all go back in to recover the Hellfire trigger system?
Yes.
And in general terms, do you know what a Hellfire trigger system is?
It's an attachment that turns your semi-automatic weapon into a full automatic weapon.
It fires much faster.
Much faster.
With that trigger system on.
Correct.
Pass the witness.
I have a bit that I think the break comes with that.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess. Let's do 1:45 again, 1:45. See you back. Can everyone let the jury get out so they can get their lunch? Would everyone rise for the jury? Ranger, the rules been invoked. No, don't discuss this with anybody other than the lawyers.
Okay, folks, the jury is taking a break for lunch. And so what we've been seeing this morning is a lot of testimony about ballistics. And also we're not seeing them, but these are graphic photos from inside that classroom. And per the judge's orders, we have those photos are not being shown. Obviously, they're not something we want to see anyway. And there were periods of time when there wasn't sound, and I'm not clear on why, but I think it could have been that there were graphic depictions verbally of the children. So it makes a lot of sense. And I know that prior to this trial starting, we had a lot of conversations about doing everything we can to be sensitive, because ultimately there were 19 kids that died in this and two teachers. So we want to be very careful about not airing photos or video that would be beyond disturbing. But you can imagine this jury is seeing this, and I don't know if the families have stayed in the room, but if they are, they're seeing this. That's got to be something really hard to see, James.
Oh yeah, absolutely. For a faculty member, a staff member at a school, you don't expect to encounter death, and a death that it was as violent as this, as tragic as this, and the sheer multitude of the victims. That's one of the reasons that I believe that they just got rid of that school. It just held too many bad memories, for a lot of people. And we've had an incident of a death when I was employed at the school district, and it took quite a while for the staff there to get over that. And it wasn't anything near the magnitude of this type of situation, So I can only imagine the aftermath, the counseling that was involved, and just trying to heal people from seeing something of that magnitude.
Well, and then for these families that are in the courtroom now,
Having to relive that.
Right, and we don't know, how many of them chose to stay. I mean, obviously the judge, again, that's why we're being very careful about what's being aired, and so that's part of the difficulty of this trial. But it is, in making, as the prosecutors are making their case, that's why they're having to show the jurors these things, so they can show the magnitude of what happened to these jurors. But, well, folks, we're going to take a break. We will be back. I did not actually catch what time the judge said that they were coming back from lunch. Okay, 1:45. So we will be back. James and I will come back shortly before that, and we'll talk some. And then if you guys have any questions, put them in the chat, and I would be happy to answer them. We'll be back.
the head hillbillies are making their rounds. Small town whispers loud and clear. The sheriff shot the judge in his chambers chair.
Sheriff got a secret he won't keep. Judge shot dead in his disbelief. A lot of people have some stories to tell. Dark passed away, get the sound of a shotgun shell.
All the secrets spill on down. Voices loud in this old town. From the courthouse to the ground. Rumors fly and they can't be bound.
Neighbors hide behind their blinds. Whisper tales of troubled minds. Skeletons covering the mountainside. A treacherous reality in the pines.
Winter reveals the hidden lies. Moonlight couldn't mask the cries. Shadows caught in sunlit skies. There's no cover, no disguise. All the